Hello, hello, hello. Welcome everyone to the third day and the final day of the Rapid of the Super United 2023. This is Sagar Shah and we are live with the Grand Chess Tour. Will Vishy Anand win the championship today? This tournament, well, there's also a blitz section that will start from tomorrow, but still, winning the Rapid will be huge. Or will Gukesh move ahead? We will see. For now, the games are about to begin in couple of minutes and I hope everyone's there. Yes, and I am actually wearing the jersey of the upgrade Mumbai Masters. They gave me a few ones. This one is, can you see which player is written here? I have got the jersey of one of the best players in the world. So I'm very happy. Not a used one, but it was, yes, it is Humpy. It is Humpy. It is Humpy. Uh, and I am wearing that. Guys, the games are about to begin today, and there is a lot of action up ahead. Prakhar Tripathi says Gukesh has mustache. Yes, he has. And I think he looks very smart and handsome, doesn't he? Today is Sankar says Deathmatch 3.0. I am actually working on it. I wanted to get some interesting stuff happening. So we'll have some updates very soon. Okay, hey guys, just so that you know the scorecard on the right, Karuana Nepo Vishy on 8 points, Gukesh is on 7 points, Duda is also on 7 points, and we have Magnus Carlsen on 6, Rapport on 6, Firuja on 5, Ivan Šarić on 4, and Lupulescu on 1. That's how things stand, and the games are off. We have Vishy Anand against Duda. Vishy opens with 1 e4, c5, knight f3, d6, and we have the open Sicilian. Whoa! Take, knight f6, knight c3, defending the pawn, and Duda goes for, what's the name of this opening, guys? Anyone in the chat who knows what is the name of this little move on the side of the board? Mukul Manghani says opposite side castling race hona chahiye. Arey, nice. This is known as the Najdorf. Yes, Maverick, Yash Tandon, all of you have written Najdorf. You are right. Not Najdorf. It is J is silent. It is Najdorf. Anand plays the very classical move bishop e2. This is kind of a calm way to play against the Sicilian Najdorf. Duda now hits the center, attacks the knight. Vishy moves his knight to f3, which is less popular than putting your knight back to b3. This is more common in general, but okay, he goes here. The bishop comes out, and now Anand plays his bishop out to g5. Very positional stuff. Guys, can anyone tell me why is it a good idea here? By the way, on the live board, we have the game of Gukesh here. So that you can follow it as well. What would be the reason to take the knight and give up your bishop? Anyone in the chat? Gary used to play this opening. Fisher used to play this opening. So many top players used to play this. Mukul says d6 is weak. That is true. By the way, Gukesh is playing Fabiano Caruana and he is playing with the black pieces. Let me flip the board on the live board so that you know that Gukesh is playing black. It's a big game for him. Caruana is one of the leaders of the tournament. Yes, those who have mentioned Beloglavi Soup, you are right. Rishabh, you are right. Avi Chenebe is right. Siddharth Joshi, the main point is this square is weak. Why is this square weak? Because it is not controlled by any pawns. Once it is not controlled by any pawns, a knight wants to sit here. But the defending knight is actually protecting there. And we have Amruta Mokal joining. Hello, Amruta.
Hi, Sagar. Hello.
How are
Hi.
you doing?
Excellent. And today is such an important day.
Yes.
Third day of Rapid.
Today we will
tournament.
have the winner of the Rapid segment, although it's not the winner of the overall tournament because you have to add both Rapid and Blitz.
Correct.
But still, it's a big thing.
Yes.
And I was just explaining to them why is this square a weakness and how taking out this knight helps us to control it even better.
Wow, bishop e2, bishop g5.
But with not the knight going back to b3 but
knight
coming to
f3.
f3.
Got it.
Which you would generally, Amruta, whenever opponent would hit the knight, would put it here and then go bishop g5. So it's a small difference. But Amruta, let's see how
that
this goes.
was a camp by Ganguly, who was Anand's second, and he had taught bishop e2, bishop g5.
Yes.
It was a special.
I remember you had told me. And now you can see Duda is very smart. He's like saying to Vishy, if you take my knight, my other knight will come and still control this square.
Right.
So Vishy is also very smart. He goes a4.
So Vishy would go for short castle basically in this plan.
Yes,
He's
he
gone
would,
A4,
he would
right
like
now.
to play short castling here.
Right.
Now Duda comes here and attacks this pawn on b2. And a very nice plan suggested by Rakshit. He says, how about we move our knight here, then here, which is very good, Rakshit. In fact, you can go even one step ahead, rotate it here, and then control this square. It's a very common plan.
Absolutely.
You can also go this way and then go here.
This is all about maneuvering actually over here, but also the timing, because you constantly have to be alert for black's d5 break, as we know in Sicilian, that kind of a thing. But what to do now, Sagar? Queen b6 is attacking the b2 pawn, and if you castle, is it going to give you enough compensation after queen takes b2?
Not really, and that's the reason why Vishy Anand said, I need to spend one move to defend this pawn, and he goes rook b1, which is slightly weird way because your rook is well placed here. You want to push a5. So this may not seem like the best idea. But after h6, Vishy now changes his mind and comes back to e3. So the overall plan of Anand going to g5, coming back,
maybe is to provoke h6 or something like that.
Yes, it is. But now Amruta, he goes queen c6 and his queen is very well positioned to control the d5 square. Also, he's attacking e4. So suddenly, Vishy needs to defend it.
Yeah, because if you go queen d3, then I think knight c5 would be a problem, right?
Absolutely.
Like you would right now have to give the bishop on e3, the dark square bishop, which is like the last option.
Yeah, and this would be a very good position for black. He would have the two bishops and a very strong position. So that's the reason why Vishy goes for the plan that was mentioned by Rakshit also. Knight d2, but this is not out of choice. It is more like compulsion to defend this pawn. He has played his knight to d5.
But Sagar, actually, even if whatever it is for, you still have ideas like bishop c4, getting the bishop on this diagonal, keeping control on d5.
Yes.
And later going f3, securing this. So, possibly, it all depends on how Duda is going to continue here.
Yeah, I agree with you, Amruta, that there is a possibility of this, but game can become very sharp.
Yes.
Because imagine that I jump with my knight here. Now I'm attacking this pawn 3 times. And I'm also attacking this twice. So suddenly,
okay, now I need to be really sharp. Otherwise, I will lose material. Maybe let's ask the chat what to do here with white.
Yeah, very difficult move, Amruta.
That's why we are asking chat, Sagar. You underestimate them sometimes.
Yeah. By the way, on the live board,
says, I remember a game Fischer versus Zuckerman. It shows the principle of exploiting the d5 control. Yeah.
There are many good games of Fischer.
Absolutely.
In fact, the most famous game and one that I have made a video on is Smyslow versus the name of the player is with R. I forget it. It is d5 square control. It is in our learn from the classics. If anyone remembers it,
Is
please
it
let
the
me know.
F4, F5, then the bishop has to go to
Yes.
D7 and
Yes.
yeah, that one, right. That is like the key game for
Yeah.
D5 square.
How did I forget the name? It's a very famous game. Okay.
Because how old are you?
I'm getting older. By the way, a very interesting move suggested by someone is knight b5. And the point is, if you take here, I will take back with the bishop, winning
Yeah.
your queen.
I thought that was the point. It looks attractive. So,
But you don't do that, right? You just play your once you do that, there's no threat. You don't take this knight. That is the main point. You just take this pawn here. So the right move, Amruta, is suggested by a few people. Maybe we can have a look at the chat chess
yeah,
moves.
Arnab. Only Arnab. 4 times only. Actually.
Maybe it was some other position which we had asked before. But yes, b4,
No,
right?
really. Most of the people have suggested knight b5, bishop takes c5, bishop f3, f4, those kind of things. b4 is not such a... b4 is a counter attack. When you are under attack, you're not finding a good way to defend. You
By the way,
should
Vishy
look out
has
for...
to find a move now. Duda has played this.
Oh, he played.
And you know, Amruta's idea is the attacking the knight. Now the knight can take here and here. Let's try to analyze first taking here. Then you take this guy, right?
Okay.
You take here. And now there is a key move that needs to be made. Because if you take here, the queen will take it and then black is a pawn up.
Okay, and I think here you have raised a question and some people are going to get confused. So the question is actually to create confusion. How is the voice, guys? Is it all okay? For Aditya, it's low. Maybe you can try to increase.
Um,
Yeah, here you can increase it.
we are using a
Yeah,
new
yeah.
mic today. Maybe the voice is better now.
Yeah.
No, here the move, guys. Bishop f3 might not be the best idea because d5 is possible.
Right, but bishop f3 is natural, no? First, like
Yes.
that comes to the mind. Correct. But d5 is the problem.
Yes.
So what do you
the main
suggest?
move here is b5. And now what has happened is all of a sudden, Amruta, I am attacking your queen and it can no longer control the knight. If it goes here,
Yeah.
then I think we can already push c4 or even put our bishop here. And then I am winning your knight for free.
No, your queen is trapped.
Yes. I mean, both ways. Queen is also trapped. So that's the reason why black has to find the move queen c3, which is pinning here.
But what about rook b3?
Maybe rook b3, then queen will go back, keeping the pin. So
Okay.
a simple move is castle. And here white has compensation for the missing pawn.
Wow, so like knight on e4 is hanging, and if you take
Yes.
this knight, exchange, then you take back with the bishop, you once again attack the queen, and black is not yet castled, this is not yet developed, so it will become very sharp. But what has happened in the game is something else, Sagar.
In the game, after knight came here, Vishy decided to play a very slow move. He went rook a1, and he's telling Duda that you cannot take this pawn anymore, but you can take this pawn. And I believe that his idea is that after take, he may want to play this little move, bishop coming here.
And this time d5 is not possible.
Yes, this is not possible because I'm controlling that square. You can't take here, Amruta, attacking the queen, because this comes with a check to the king. So you may have to play f5, and then after take, and bishop check, it already looks very dangerous for black.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Duda will not even imagine to enter into something like this against Vishy.
Exactly. So that's the reason why black said, first I will castle, and next move I'm threatening to take here. So already very simple and good play by Duda, showing why he's such a world-class player. And meanwhile, guys, we have more than 1000 people watching this. Do like the stream and do subscribe to ChessBase India. Also click on that bell icon to get all the updates of all the videos that we post. And now we are going to the game of Gukesh. Is that okay?
Okay. Wow, you are asking permission. That's interesting. मजा आएगा अभी. Let's go, let's go.
And let's go here. Uh,
Found who that ID belonged to.
okay. Thank you, Rakshit, for all the information. Now, let's quickly go to the game of Karuana versus Gukesh.
That's sorry, it's not like it. ये किसी अलग mic का है. We'll fix it. Should I fix it now or later?
No, it's fine. Okay, so we witnessed a very interesting opening, which is known as the Italian opening here. And both sides made them very standard moves here, developing the pieces. And finally, Gukesh got an open file for his rook, but he has doubled pawns.
But Sagar, generally, I don't know, but whenever I have seen and commented after FE6, somehow it is more, what to say, active for black. Like it's more flowing for black. What do you think about this?
Yeah, I think it's a very right point, Amruta, because generally a knight will come here, the other knight can move here, your rook is open, you can get control of this. But at the same time,
And this guy also.
this guy is also there, but at the same time, don't underestimate white's position. White can put his knight here, look for d4 break. When it's very difficult, if you take, I'll get a very strong center. If you don't take, I will take and spoil your structure. So it's a very well researched position where Karuana is an expert. So Gukesh has to play carefully.
That's true. But I'm happy still with the position because it is in Gukesh's style,
Yes.
the opening. And we'll also see Karuana's preparation. He's generally very good in his preparation.
So both knights come to the respective squares here, but clearly this knight is lacking prospects because of our pawn. So deep pawn has been pushed, and now comes a very important question for all of you and actually shows the power of this bishop and this rook. Because after take, knight takes pawn, Amruta, very normal move, takes, rook takes. Why is this pawn sacrifice a blunder? What is the winning move here for black? Black to play. Let's see, Amruta, how many of our viewers can actually find this?
How many do you think?
Oh, I realized. 1 second. I have to put
Oh,
the link here.
also I did not put the poll today.
Please put between Gukesh and maybe
Yeah,
with your
That's
phone.
what we'll have to put.
You can put it with your phone.
Okay. I'll put it.
So the right move here, and all those who have mentioned.
Actually, the people are confused between two moves. One is bishop f2 and one is knight g4. And both should be okay or not?
No,
is
not
the
really.
question.
Knight
Or only one
g4
move.
would be a big mistake, because after takes, bishop check, king simply moves away, and this is a winning position for white.
You only got the pawn in return for the piece. Not enough.
So the right move here, Amruta, is to play bishop takes pawn check.
And that's the forcing move there.
Yes, because if you take, I'm going to go check. Now double check. In a double check, king always has to move, and at the very least I can just check, take this rook, and I'm exchange up.
Correct. But what if you don't take the bishop?
If you don't take, this is hanging, so you have to come up. And once you come up, I can take.
And now there is another pin.
Yes, and guys, you can always figure out what is the way in which you can pin here. Black to play. Yes, Ronak Sodhani, you are right. It's called attraction. When you play bishop takes f2, you are basically taking the king out of his comfort zone. Yes, this is a brilliant decision here by Anurag MS, Satish Gopal. We have so many people who are right on the ball here and have found the move. Queen d6 is brilliant, absolutely right. You pin, and pin is nothing but putting three pieces in one line So fantastic job here done by Anurag.
Satish, Siddharth, Abhishek, Maharshi, Aryan, Beloglavi, Inbanisin, Rakshit, and Ishprit.
Yes, well done, guys. So this one, and then if you defend it this way, then the knight simply attacks it again, and I am winning material. Okay, so that was Gukesh's way of saying that d5 is a good move. It's a sharp move. I'm not afraid of you, Fabi. I have calculated it. But Karuana simply develops his bishop to e3. Gukesh takes it. Rook takes and now plays his pawn up, cementing his center even further. Now, again, the question does come up like take, but here the problem is the knight would take and attack these two pawns. So it's not possible to take. He goes queen c2, defending this pawn, very important move. And now Gukesh strikes on the queen side with a5. Karuana plays rook b1, and after take, it seems like Gukesh is already pushing for an advantage here. Black to play, guys. What is a good move? Can you find it before
Wow.
Gukesh can? Black
Not
to
easy.
move.
Not easy move at all. Guys, today Sagar is asking you all tough questions. Yesterday was a simple day. Today is a complex day. It's a strategic decision, Sagar,
Yeah.
and not an easy one.
We can just put it like
Yeah.
without this also.
Really?
It will be more stable.
Acha.
Okay, so the move that has been mentioned here, Amruta, by many of the people is d4, and I'm super proud of all of you who found this move. d4 has been recommended by Abhimanyu, Ravi Raj.
Mohammad, Samrat, Sumit, your neighbor, Srirang, Prakhar, Shantum, and Tushar.
So you go pawn push. And now the question is, when you go pawn push here, the rook has to move back. And let's say when you move back here, Amruta, now black has more space because of this.
Okay.
Also, one rook is active here, the other rook is active here.
But I have a question for you before d4. Like, how do we think to make such a committal move? Because you're releasing the tension which you
Yes.
can maintain. So, how to think according to you? What would you say here?
I think Gukesh has to think that if he does knight here or
No,
knight
not
here.
in terms of calculation, Sagar. In terms of the understanding, like deciding to close the center permanently here.
So that his knight can jump here, his rook is active, his other knight can come here. It's basically trying to launch an attack on the king side.
And when the center is closed, you can start attacking easily. That too, you have knights as you're mentioning, and they
Yes.
have nice squares to go to.
Right. But
Okay.
Gukesh does find the move d4. Fantastic
Wow.
move by Gukesh. And after
Brilliant.
Fabiano goes back, now we will see where will Gukesh go with his knight. Because I think moving this knight is the correct option, either to h7 or d7.
Okay, one question is why did Karuana allow this? Like, what was a rook b4 was a thing
Maybe
he should
taking
have
with
gone.
the rook was better.
But then you leave the a4 pawn isolated.
This
so
would be lonely.
Correct. That's why cb4 was another natural move because you don't estimate. I think he underestimated d4.
Yes, he has underestimated it, and I believe Gukesh now is pushing here for a good position, but it's not like winning or something.
Yeah.
However, Amruta, look at this idea. Go knight here, and if you are careless, let's say you play your pawn up, I can of course push forward, but I can also take, and now a very typical move here, black to play, guys. What would you do? Typical idea
Oh, lovely question.
in this position.
Mast. For sure, guys, today is a complex day for you. Okay, there are majorly Sagar two moves which are suggested. You do have chat chess moves, so you will have a better idea.
Yeah.
But majorly there are two moves. One is b6. In a way, you could also add the third one, but rook f3
Yes,
and
the
maybe
right
knight f4.
right move here, of course, guys, is not b6. It's a decent move, but this one is just so powerful.
What an exchange sack. Basically, after g takes f3. Ah, nice, you got that board.
Takes,
Hey, they cannot. They can see the board.
yeah, takes here, and now we can go in with our queen, and then the knight jumps here. So very good suggestion of rook f3 by Samrat.
Samrat, Saumik, Stumble, OG, Satish, Shubham, Aditya, your neighbor, Ivan, and Jeremy.
Okay, so going back here, he goes queen d1. Very smart. You know, Fabi, after knight h7, finds that this is a threat. So he quickly goes and defends it. And Gukesh now plays his rook up. He wants to maybe move his queen, bring his other rook into the game. And this is getting very nice position. I mean, I'm enjoying this game, but Amruta, we should quickly go and check what is
Yes.
up with Vishy Anand. Because Vishy, he was in some trouble out of the opening against Duda, but I think he seems to be okay. When there were 3 attacks here, Duda had castled, remember?
Remember.
And Vishy now defends it. Bishop comes out. He also castles.
How many are stopping d5 right now?
We have 1, 2, and 3 pieces, while you have 1, 2, and 3. So right now d5 is
Oh.
not possible.
No, it is possible, no?
Actually, it's possible.
Castle d5.
D5 actually he could have taken, right? He could have played it. Yeah,
Maybe
this
it was going toward more towards equality types, so he was not comfortable with that.
So
he,
Duda
he would
very
have loved his
ambitious.
position then. Yeah, because he thinks d5 can be on hold. So he goes b5.
Very ambitious play by Jan
Yeah.
Shistov. Takes queen e2, attacking this twice now. Rook b8. Actually, Vishy again comes up with some interesting ideas. If you play here, what was Vishy's move that he had come up with, guys? White to move. What was Vishy planning in this position if the knight was attacked? It's an important thing to know.
Once again, can I say that it's not an easy question?
Maybe, but not so difficult.
Hirak says got a membership yesterday due to someone's gift. Thanks to him, her.
We had 35
Yes,
members
that yesterday was amazing, guys.
with
Thank
30
you.
of them being gifted by 3 people, 10 each. So a big thank you to everyone. All of this amount goes to a deserving Indian chess player. Our memberships have been going for 2.5 years, and all the money of the members has been used for Indian chess. So big thanks to all of you. Queen b5 is the move, and we have had many of you who found this Shaumik, Vinay, Creative.
Stumble, Bhavan, Prakhar, Anatar, Sasikiran, Jay, Rishi.
Well done, guys. This is the correct move, and you can't take this knight because the queen is hanging, and in that way black comes out with this
Yeah.
without any trouble.
And Tom says a nice thing. Watching all these super GMs put me in the mind to counterattack. So Queen B5 is my first thought. Now what is, it's becoming a habit. You don't miss that counterattacking moves.
Right. So rook comes here, Amruta, and now Vishy puts his rook on d1, and then came the move knight to a4, attacking the knight here and also attacking the pawn here. So white took it.
Okay, one question to
takes.
you. If white would have gone knight d5 right now,
Yeah.
you cannot take on b2 because there is one question to the chat. Now, with what will you take back the knight? With the bishop or the knight?
Actually, it's not so simple.
I mean, if you want to calculate, yes, but otherwise, the first consideration in general, as a general principle in Sicilian, if Let's see if people know. Knight, knight, bishop, bishop. Yeah, as a general principle, you first consider taking with the bishop, the
Yes.
d5 knight.
Because the main thing is after this, it doesn't attack your bishop anymore.
Yeah, the bishop.
And you can
absolutely.
chop this pawn very concretely.
Yeah, here tactically it is working anyway.
But I would say some would also consider taking here twice. And this is also a good position for black.
Only
Just-
because of some tactical possibility like
Yeah.
c4,
and
it's
then
not
this
working.
knight is hanging. So maybe it's not the best, but it's playable. But taking with the bishop was the correct move, and then taking this pawn. Anyway, Vichy took here,
Yeah.
and played his pawn up to b3. Very strong,
Wow.
very nice move, because this was hanging, Amruta. This was also hanging. So he played b3 and he says to Duda, if you take here, I will get a passer, which is a very strong pawn. So Duda now
Nice timing actually by Vichy to play b3.
took rook comes here, queen moves up, and the bishop
Hey,
goes
why
back.
did he not take the b3 pawn before going rook c8?
No, knight is defending it.
No, rook is also there, no? b8.
Ah, you mean this way? Ah, no one. I mean, I didn't think about it. Actually, it's interesting, but I think
Is it going towards equality?
take. He did not like this fact that this extra pawn is a backward pawn. You cannot push it forward. So I think Duda is still very ambitious, Amruta. He is saying to Vichy, I will outplay you. And I guess that shows his confidence in his position. He thinks this is a weak pawn and he will take it at the right time.
Oh, wow. That is interesting the way he is trying to press. But I think this position for Vichy, he will be able to defend. What do you think?
Yeah, it's possible. I mean, it's not a big advantage. Meanwhile, we had a super chat by him again who says, Hi, Sagar Shah. How about, love your videos. How about making Hindi content to reach a wider audience, connect with Hindi viewers, exciting things await? We have a Hindi channel, Hindi ChessBase India. I spoke with Niklesh today. He's working quite hard on it. And you can check it out. It is more than 111,000 subscribers. You know, Amruta, b3 pawn is that sort of weakness where if you give it up, like if you take it, then white's headache is gone. But if you don't take it, it is something that he has to
worry about.
constantly worry.
Oh,
So,
good point.
Sometimes when you are in a bad relationship, you want to just end it. This b3 is that kind of a pawn.
Or when you are in 12th standard and then you're constantly worrying about the exam. But then once you fail, you're still relaxing.
Right. So, guys, this is something which Vichy wants to give up, but Duda doesn't want to take it. He's like, I'll be there. It's your headache. You take care of it. So,
Oh, by the way, Indian Chess says, Hi Sagar, I got my rating in my first chess tournament,
Wow.
1391. That's great. Congratulations.
amazing. Congratulations. Huge congratulations to you. To get it in first tournament is never easy. Okay, Vichy meanwhile brings his rook up and asks a question to Duda. Where are you playing your queen? He's thinking, quickly move to the game of Karuana. And there you have it. We had a few exchanges. Actually, I guess these exchanges do favor Karuana to some extent because Gukesh's attacking prospects have reduced a bit. But on the other hand, Amruta, how do you deal with the rook coming here and then I taking this and then putting my queen here and knight here? This is the plan for Gukesh.
Okay, so I have a plan for white. Counter attack. I mean, it's clear that the center is closed, no activity in the center. So black is going to play on the king side, white is going to play on the queen side, which means you will have to break open. And even if a move like c5 and all happens, you may have to try to create a passer because it's one passer, one pawn for which one piece will be needed. It will be tied down.
Right.
So that's the
But
way.
Amruta, the thing is, if you create counterplay here, it is too slow. I'm going anyway. You take here, I will take back. And now, how do you stop it anyway? You created a
A5.
passer.
Let's say I just
Oh,
go with a. I mean, I just want to see.
you're going to
Forget the
get
evaluation bar
checkmated.
for a
You're
moment.
going to get checkmated.
Okay, I
You
want to
want to
see
take?
how.
You want to take?
Yes.
Let's go. More push now.
Queen h3, knight f4, queen g2 mate. Queen e2, I'll have to. So you're not letting me carry out my plan so easy.
Queen Amruta, you got your queen. But you lost
That
your
too
king.
not happening. Okay.
So, by the way, that is the reason why
Oh,
you
but
can see
then-
very quickly Karuana plays his rook here to defend this pawn so that when Gukesh comes here, he can then play his knight back.
Which has happened in the game, Sagar.
Yes. And now very quickly Gukesh jumps in with his knight, attacking this and this and this. He is putting too much pressure.
Oh, that knight on f4. What a knight.
Yeah, it
So,
is a beautiful
I mean,
knight.
वो इतना आराम से है ना, it's like that business class. Enjoying
Right.
this food, that food, this movie. Later, he has some meetings lined up.
Right, but Amruta, the thing is that knight could get kicked away very soon with queen g4 and g3 perhaps.
No, he paid for the business class ticket.
Oh, yes, he cannot because this is hanging. Yeah, you cannot kick it away. The knight is very powerful. Meanwhile, we have a message from Kalpak Raut, who has been member for 30 months.
Yeah.
Pillar of Indian chess, who says, just realized after Sagar mentioned that the memberships have been open for 2.5 years and I have been a member for the same time. Kalpak, thank you. You are one of the, I think, few people on our channel who have been pillar of Indian chess for 30 months and your contribution is close to nearly 25k or 30k. So I'm very grateful for that, all the money that you have spent for Indian chess. So big thank you to you. Navneet Singh says, sir, love your content, best commentator and coach. Thank you, Navneet. That's very kind of you. Meanwhile, Gukesh is expanding. You know, Amruta, what happens is, like, let's say you start one restaurant, it's doing well, dosas, idlis, everyone's eating.
Okay.
And then you say, like, I want to open another branch. So Gukesh has a nice branch here, putting pressure here. So he says, let me now open things on the queen side as well, because if you take, now my queen can enter here and put pressure on this pawn. This pawn is also lonely. Let's see if this branch works, because many times, you know, you have one branch working, then the other branch fails.
Same dedication is required, no, Sagar?
Yes,
So they have to make the idlis and dosas with the same taste.
exactly.
तुम्हारा तो मैगी भी एक दिन के बाद दूसरे दिन अलग लगता है.
Well, let's see if basically Gukesh is able to make this work out, Amruta.
Yeah.
Not so simple.
Not
But
at all.
we have a message from Rakshit, who's been member for 5 months, backer of Indian chess. Thank you, Rakshit. Watching तो बढ़ गई, like भी बढ़ा दो जनता. Guys, please do like the stream. Let's reach 1000 likes on our stream. Amruta, very quickly, let's
Yeah,
go
but
to
before
Vishy
you-
Anand
before-
versus Duda.
Okay. But Jose asks, can you analyze why Gukesh didn't play queen g5 instead of c5?
Queen g5 here.
Yeah.
Oh, Jos, you are right, because you want to checkmate here, but the rook will come and defend it. It is not finished. I think it's a bit passive, but it's fine.
Passive for white.
Yeah.
Okay, but he went c5. But c5 was not the best idea, no?
It's playable.
What was better? Like, what should he have played?
I don't
or
know.
Is it
Looks
practical?
like it looks like a good idea.
Oh,
I
okay.
feel like it's a good suggestion, and also
it's more humanly.
yeah, it's more Gukeshi.
It's more gooky.
Yeah, it's more Gukesh like move. Let's quickly go and check Vishy Anand
Yes,
versus
let's do
Duda. The last move after rook a6, queen went back, and right now Duda is once again attacking this pawn 3 times. Vishy is defending 2 times, but as we have seen, you don't want that pawn.
No, they might go for a draw. Acha, rook a7 he went back. Otherwise, the queen c6, rook a6. There was a
So
repetition
Amruta saying
possibility.
that here this could have ended in a draw, but Duda of course wants to fight on, goes back. Vishy doubles his rooks. I think Vishy is slowly getting play, and if Duda is careless, you know, Vishy is not someone you can underestimate. He is very strong. The only player who is these days able to beat Vishy is Magnus Carlsen. Actually, that's the only guy. Okay, he goes bishop d7.
And what is his idea? Bishop b5.
Maybe just put the bishop here.
Or
yeah.
bishop c6. Maybe he wants to get it on that diagonal.
Possible. That is an idea here.
Ranjana says, Sagar, I got a gift from opponent. From foreign. Greek gift.
Abhishek says, was great partnering for GCL as Amazon Music. Could you please tell how can we collaborate with CB India? Abhishek, that just write to us at CB chessbaseindia@gmail.com. And in fact, I recorded more than 30 audio clips for GCL, for Amazon Music, along with Peter Swidler. So you guys can check it out if they have already uploaded it there. I'm not sure.
Pranchav says, I also played in my first chess tournament, but they refused to give me any rating. I don't know why. I think I know why.
They didn't refuse. You refused to win, Pranchav, maybe. But okay, this one is right now. Duda has just put his bishop. Vishy is thinking, I think Vishy can move in with his queen inside. And then, he has his pieces well positioned. Oh, it goes in. Nice.
Wow.
Nice.
Now, that's a battery, right?
That is a triple battery, Amruta. 3 pieces in one line. And clearly Vishy is playing this pretty well. Because Amruta, you remember one idea you had mentioned. Put your bishop here and then here. And it would do very well. So maybe he's looking at that.
So maybe if black wants to stop that. Okay, but the question is, if bishop b5, your queen
queen goes up. Queen goes up here.
Oh, you want to exchange the queens.
Yes.
But rook c2 will enter, right? After queen takes b7, rook takes b7. What if the rook enters the 7th rank?
But Amruta,
heaven?
there is nothing that is hanging here.
Wait, a question. It's a blunder. Let's not say why.
But there are many ways to win, Amruta.
But the best, there are many ways.
Yeah.
I thought it's the pin. So bishop e2 is the best way.
Bishop e2.
we should have just still asked because people would have fallen for the
Or
same
I would
thing.
have gone for rook a5 actually, which is also interesting because I can take here.
Oh man, what a defensive idea.
And
there
also
was.
I could go here, pinning here and then putting it here. So there are many.
No, I think rook b8 you want to go, kya?
Yeah, here.
Knight d7.
Or just this, winning it this way. But anyway, queen a6 right now. Duda is thinking he has 9 minutes 5 seconds. Vishy has 9 minutes 20 seconds.
But people are asking what for bishop e2 because many were guessing that. And I really want to know if bishop e2 was a mistake by any chance.
Take rook here.
Because there is a pin there and you are winning a piece. So what is the problem with bishop e2? Guys, if you suggest a move like bishop e2, then you better find a solution as well.
I think mainly you can take and push d5. And then I win this pawn, unleashing the bishop here. But it's not so clear. I mean, white is still better here. But
No, maybe, Sagar, over here, d5.
It's also possible.
So
the
tough.
idea is to trap this bishop.
So tough.
Yeah, it's very tough.
It's again a counter attack, yeah? Most of the best moves are counter attack.
Yeah, absolutely. So, queen a6, these were some lines which showed what was happening, Amruta. d5, d4 idea is in the air. Duda would be keeping it in mind. Meanwhile, Jan
Matlab it can get sharp.
has won his game, which means he has moved to 10 out of 14. He's the leader of the tournament. Karuana, but Anand will play Nepo today. Meanwhile, Karuana has gone c5, b5. Oh, he pushed the pawn. Pawn moved up to b6, h4. Now the idea is g3
H4?
because every time this was
what
hanging.
for queen h4?
Oh,
It's a
Amruta,
blunder.
come on.
Sorry, did I? Oh, really?
Yes.
But really, it doesn't give any compensation to you.
It gives a lot of compensation. It attacks the two pieces. By the way, we have a super chat by Kalpak Raut who says, I successfully conducted a chess tournament within my organization. When people appreciated the way it was arranged, I felt all the time I spent following tournaments with you guys was worth it. Kalpak, thank
Amazing.
you. And Kalpak, if you can send us pictures of your tournament, we'll post it on our social media about the event you have done, about your organization and so on. So send it to chessbaseindia@gmail.com. And also Major Wolf 72, thank you for the super chat.
Amazing, amazing.
The queen h3, if you take here, rook takes, and yes, it is scary because the queen rook well placed, but I just put my pawn up a bit and the rook defends here. This should not be very difficult, or maybe I can go rook g1, rook g2 also.
Because for f3 there is a pin.
Yeah, this one
Rook takes f3.
is possible, but yes, Amruta, Gukesh can take this pawn. It's not an unthinkable move.
Okay, but what is the better move? Why is the computer loving Gukesh's position
because-
right now?
because-
Can we find it?
It's a backward move.
Okay, but can we find a move for Gukesh?
Let's see if people can find a backward move for Gukesh.
Yes, guys, today
Black
is a
to play.
complex day. However complex your life is, solving these complex problems here is going to help you in your life to solve the complex problems of your life.
Yes,
Jada.
they have found it. They have found it. The complex problems of their life are getting solved. Just come back with the knight, hit this pawn, also hit this pawn, and then when he pushes further, bring the knight again and hit this pawn.
Have you realized in this game,
Yeah,
it was so much about commitment?
commitment.
Commitment.
Yes. No, I didn't realize, Amruta.
The pawn moves are basically committal moves, Sagar.
True.
And they were all d4, c5, b5, h4. You know, the right commitment and the wrong commitments.
True, Amruta. I think Gukesh is a guy who is never afraid of commitments. He keeps pushing his pawns. Remains to be seen if that attitude also exists in his personal life. But for sure, on the board, he is very, very committed. Whenever he plays, he is never afraid. He takes risks. Can we very quickly check what is up with Vishy while Gukesh has 8 minutes to figure out whether to take this pawn, drop his knight back, attack here, attack here. I'm also very excited to see what Gukesh comes up with. Vishy Anand versus Yan Shistov Duda. Oh, and by the way, something happened after queen a6. He brought his bishop back.
Oh.
Vishy moved his queen back.
Oh, why did he go back? Because Duda is not going to repeat.
No, he did not. He traded and then he put his bishop here, Amruta. Rook came up, now attacking this pawn 2 times. It is defended only 1 time, but bishop comes and blocks it.
Bishop c4. Finally, he gets it over there. Nice.
And suppose this pawn, Amruta, goes here. From small weakness, it has become still a small weakness, but it is improved.
I love it here. You know why?
It's controlling this pawn.
Exactly. At least खुद weakness है but कुछ तो अच्छा कर रहा है जिंदगी में.
Right. That is true, guys. If you are a weakness, do something good in the lives of others.
Yeah, YX says, I don't know much about chess, but I love you guys who get new people interested in the game. I always thought it was a game for the old people, like my grandfather.
No.
But you guys make it so young. No, our maximum viewers are youngsters and college students.
In fact, yesterday I was checking with our YouTube manager. He was saying that you have a very young audience. 18 to 24, you have 33% of your viewers, which is very interesting. Okay, by the way, Duda says no weakness will be left on the board. I'm pushing the pawn to forward, and then after takes, the knight comes in. Now again, Vishy is left with this weakness while Duda has gotten rid of his own weakness.
But still, because now from 5 pawns, 1 pawn is exchanged, plus that b3 remains, I think Vishy will be able to defend this position.
True, absolutely. This pawn is very, very right now well defended with the bishop. We have the first ever super chat by Rangmon the Unique, who says, Sagar, you are the best commentator I've ever seen. May God bless you. I love you. Thank you, Rangmon. That's very kind of you. And thank you for following. Meanwhile, what is up with Guki? Guki goes h4, queen c7. Now this was a move we never expected, Amruta.
Why? Why the queen? Oh, he's worried about a5.
He's planning this, but in fact,
Uh,
Karuana could have pushed it anyway, because after take, he gets this passer. Your dream is coming true, creating play on the other side. But
Right.
Karuana goes g3, and I think Gukesh's trap has worked. Oh my goodness. Is Gukesh a genius?
मतलब he
Is
actually
Gukesh
set a trap.
He has set a trap.
He,
Guys,
मतलब he
can you
has seen
find it?
something which is very difficult. Even Karuana missed it. So guys, can you find it?
Black
Because we
to
are
play.
again a complex question.
Black to play. Gukesh's last move was, I think, awaiting this move g3.
Yeah.
Amruta,
But-
if Gukesh plays this next move, I will be super impressed by the fact that he has actually taken Karuana into a place
Yeah.
where he forced him to make an inferior move,
Correct.
and now he can do it.
Unbelievable. Here we have Satvik says hello from 18-year-old. Sham says I'm 9th grader. Guys, Gukesh is 17 years old here. 19-year-old. Yes,
Oh,
yes, guys.
plays it. Knight takes d3. How many of you actually found it? I think many, Amruta, have found this very quickly.
Let's show here.
No,
Knight
h3
h3.
was
Oh,
what
Knight
everyone to
h3
do.
was main.
But
Aniket Vishwakarma, Omkar Vaide, Samir Inamdar, Naveen, Vinamra, Samrat, Akshaj, Amrit, Krishna, Idli. Okay, that's cool. And why did everyone think of Knight h3?
because
missed
knight h3 was actually attacking f2 pawn 3 times, but
Ek,
it was a
do
big
aur-
blunder because
Baap
you
re.
just come up and the knight is trapped.
But don't you think in this game, however, less pieces are there, one wrong move can, be a roller coaster.
Yes, Gukesh, of course, creating the mess once again on the board, and now he goes c4 and he's telling Amruta, how can this work? Because here you have sacrificed a full piece for just one pawn.
Because you believe in your pawn pushing industries private limited.
You
company.
believe in these two guys.
Yes, Nightbot, where are you?
Okay, first question is, of course, this is hanging. So let me try to defend it with my queen. I think what is essentially happening is, after this, queen comes up, pawn pushes forward. These two pawns are saying to the knight, you are doing absolutely nothing, my friend. We are super powerful.
Exactly, they're so together. And as you remember, they are two forces. And pawns can be compensation for a piece, guys, if they are advanced. Look
True,
at the knight
true.
on h2. Well bach gaya.
Yes, I think Gukesh's pawns have come. This is the way to play against Karuana, says Deepak. He's too much by the book. You have to play some out of the book moves. Way to go, Gukesh. No, what I really am amazed is by this little move, queen c7. Because Gukesh actually, this is an inferior move according to the engine, but humanly it's a smart move. Because a5 is a good move for white, but when you play this move h4, you are preparing g3 next move. So Gukesh said Karuana will play g3. What can I do for g3? If I take this right now, I cannot push my pawn because it is not defended. So that's why he played his queen here, and now he managed to then push it. Isn't this brilliant thinking? This is just phenomenal by Gukesh. Meanwhile, we have a super chat by YX Maja. Thank you. Hiren says, Sagar, which teams from GCL gave you t-shirts? Only you, Mumbai, gave me. I think they had a few extra ones, although if I asked some other teams, they would have also given me. But you, Mumbai, has given me some t-shirts which I can actually use as giveaways, which I'm going to do at the chess club here, especially because you, Mumbai, is a Mumbai-based team, and we have a chess club in Mumbai, so we'll use it there perhaps. Queen f1 goes back, and now Gukesh pushes the pawn even further, Amruta. He is pushing this all the way. If Gukesh wins this, he will actually, and most likely Vishy will draw, I think, this game against Duda. If we can quickly check, then yeah, this looks like a draw. Gukesh and Vishy will be on same points.
Oh my! And when are they playing next?
Last round.
Last. Oh my God! So that
Yeah.
could be like a
Maybe a championship round.
Who
Could
knows?
be. Could
Who
be.
knows? Deepak says this is the way to play against
tell you.
Karuana. Okay. Oh, Nightbot is active. Push karo, khush raho.
Because it's a command which a mod can use.
Acha.
So Rakshit wrote push.
Oh.
Yes.
I never knew that.
Okay, Amruta, now Rook D2 has come in. What do you do as Gukesh? Because Karuana is saying your pawns are now locked up. If you push, I will take this.
Okay, I first thought comes to me that knight on h2 is going to go to g4 and e3. Can I stop h5? Can I first stop your plan?
You want to play h5.
Yep.
Nice.
No, not nice. Baris is not nice.
It's playable. It's playable. But Amruta,
At least it's
I
not a
think
blunder.
make an active move with your queen. Let's ask our chat. Make an active move with your queen. Attack something.
Super. And Sagar, those e6 and e5 double pawns, okay, behind that wall of e4, Shanti mein, just doesn't matter, yeah. They've given an
saying
open
to
file.
their friends that please you guys go and win. We are happy.
Yeah, we are taking care here. Everything is taken care.
Oh, Amruta, by the way, Gukesh did not play queen c5, which was the best move and perhaps a winning move, like a very strong move in the position. He played this move c3. He got a bit carried away because after take, he wanted to chop this. But I think he missed the fact that Fabi now could core queen h3. Very good move. Attacking this pawn.
But you have queen c4 defending this pawn and attacking this rook.
Yes.
Still looks so scary for white.
Yes.
I cannot even understand why the bar is saying that it is unclear.
I know.
Because, but what queen c5 was strongest, yeah? Technically, it was just clearly
I think
better.
what Gukesh did not like is that white can play f3 and just sort of hold everything. But what engine is
white
suggesting...
could play knight g4, no, and defend f2 with the idea of knight e3.
Yeah,
this is what is scary for me.
It's also possible. But what it suggests is Gukesh doesn't need to hurry. He can do this, push the knight away and now play c3. Because if you take here, then I take this.
But now queen h3, what is the difference?
Yeah, I think just the fact that this knight is now here means the king is weaker. It is possible.
This is so hard to understand. Because Sagar, it seems like knight on h2. Okay, it's complicated.
Yeah, no, you are right. Knight on h2 is not very is actually a good defender, but you think it's passive, and you think knight on e3 is more active.
Correct.
That is true. But now, Amruta, for the time being, queen has come up. Your move has been played. The pawn has been defended. The rook has been attacked.
Rook d1, then c2 will be over.
Oh, that is true. This rook comes here. I push. I'm threatening to queen. I'll win your rook. So actually, Fabi under big pressure, Amruta. He can go back with his rook. But then I go pawn push. If you now block.
Rook, no.
What is the way I think?
Wait. Rook d2. No. No. Maybe queen c3 or queen d4 with the idea of queen d2.
Yeah, possible. No. Or just this move. And the thing is, you are ready to even give up your pawn because next move my rook is entering here. This is a winning position for black. Very tough, but this is also a check. Meanwhile, Amruta, he has played his rook to d6, which was not the best move, but actually it's a good move. But you know, he's threatening here. He wants to trade.
It's a difficult position for both of them to play with 3 minutes because black is a piece down, Gukesh is a piece down, and he needs to be sharp.
I agree. It's a very tough position for both. And Amruta, c2 looks like a interesting move, but it leads to a draw. I guess after take, and you
D2.
play rook e2. If you take, I make a queen. And if you go here, I play rook d2, threatening this. It's actually...
Why not rook d2 earlier?
When?
Here.
Here?
It's
Here.
Instead of rook e2.
Here. And now rook d2, I go here.
Rook c6, now rook
if
d1.
You play this, I go here. I'm still defending somehow.
Okay.
If you take, I take. If you make a queen, I take this.
And your rook f2, one last question.
But then knight comes up, right? Here
but then rook
here.
d1. Now rook d1.
If you take here, I
Okay.
take here. If you take
The
here,
typical tactic. Yeah.
very tough. Very tough.
But this is all,
Meanwhile,
yeah.
Amruta, Gukesh down to 1 minute 46 seconds. He needs to figure out what to do.
By the way, Carlson versus Richard Rapo's game has ended in a draw. And what
Oh,
is happening to Vichy? If we can quickly have a look
Vishy,
there.
Vishy is pressing or what?
What? Okay, but Vichy is out of danger.
No, he's not at
Absolutely.
all in danger.
Yeah, there is no danger now. In fact, Black has a bad bishop. Vichy has a good bishop. If anybody can even think of anything more, then that's Vichy.
Right.
So, okay, we are out of danger. Let's go to Gukesh.
Guki, what you have 1 minute 15 seconds. Play. Actually, Gukesh
Yeah,
finds
time.
the best move again. Rookie 2. What a move.
It was so tough. Oh,
takes,
man.
takes, check, king h8. And what? Oh, maybe Gukesh's best move here was king h7.
How does it make a difference? Because you don't feel like keeping that queen on the light square, that king on the light square.
I agree. No,
So
the
why
main
does it
thing
make a-
was here, if you take queen e5, then I can just jump in with my rook. Whereas
And there
when
is
you
no
play,
check, niche.
No, not niche. Here, after take rook here, there is rook h6 check. This is the problem.
Oh
And-
my god.
And also, yes, you are
Shit.
right. There is no check queen e8 also. Here, queen e8, queen g6, followed by rook check
Oh,
is
that
winning.
can actually get dangerous for black.
But I think
Oh.
Gukesh now in trouble because this is a big threat. And this is why he should have taken maybe a few seconds before deciding to move. But
He played it very, very fast
Yeah.
after queen e2. That's true.
after this, the queen can no longer take the pawn. That was a very deep point. But chess is tough, guys.
Yeah.
And that's why queen e5 played. And now Fabi attacking here. Also this pawn. But Gukesh has to push.
Somesh says Magnus is watching Gukesh's game, not preparing for his next one. Yeah, this one is super interesting. I mean, very hard
Gukesh
to
is
leave
making
such
a
game.
queen in the position, guys. Gukesh did make a mistake, but now he has 26 seconds to figure out what to do. He doesn't have too much time. Meanwhile, water seeping into our house, it seems, somewhere.
What?
It's raining somewhere from, I can hear it. You can't?
I was in something else.
This pawn is actually like this water coming into the house. We need to stop it somehow. Yes? Let's shut down there. Oh, Gukesh's time is gone, but I think he will make a move. We will get some updates very soon. What is happening there?
Or maybe they will update with a few more moves, right?
Yeah. Oh, Gukesh played. There are some moves already made, Amruta.
Okay. And let's go because
Yeah,
if he
he
has
played
less
C2.
time,
He played c2. Rook h6 happened. He went here. Check. Rook came up. He played rook c6. Check. King here.
is it
Queen,
perpetual?
Take. And now Gukesh is exchange up. But Fabi, I think, is out of danger because he has 3 extra pawns for plus knight for a rook.
Then would you say out of danger or because Fabi will have better chances if he's able to
Not
keep
better,
his king
but his
safe.
king is a little weak. So, Amruta, there will be perpetuals that will happen.
Because that e-pawn looks dangerous. Yeah, perpetual if white is able to save, then I would say it's hard for black to play. We have to see.
Yeah.
Queen c1.
Meanwhile, Joy Datta says nothing beats a chess-based stream on a Friday night. Sagar Amruta commentating, Magnus playing the Indian champs, and you are enjoying with a glass of cold mango milkshake. Watching the stream. Nice.
Cold mango milkshake, something else than coffee and tea and vodka and.
Oh my god. Knight comes up to f3. But Amruta, now I think queen here, he might be ready to even give up his rook because it's pinned. Sorry, his knight. He cannot play it. So actually, big threat incoming here. If you are not careful, the knight could come here and then you will lose your rook. So Gukesh needs to be careful. Meanwhile, we quickly check Vichy.
Yes.
Okay, should
King
be a
takes
draw.
C3. Okay,
Should be a draw.
so let's go to Gukesh's game, and the question is, how does he give perpetual now in that position?
Okay, but guys, this will be a draw. I think, yeah, check. We want to see Magnus, but Magnus drew, guys, against Richard Rapport.
Randy says true commitment. The house is about to float away, but the broadcast goes on.
Yeah, we never know what will happen, but it's not a problem. We can't do anything anyway. So,
Joy says, well, kids are watching, so mango milkshake it is. Queen C2. Okay, now if King H3, obviously you want to, avoid the check, so you will go King H3.
but I think he'll go check here.
Now if you go G4, because there is still a pin.
No, this is terrible move.
Oh, wow, it's a blunder.
How do you win, sir?
Queen C3.
Yes.
That's quite easy.
Pin. And win. No way to defend. Oh, he went knight D2. And Gukesh now says, thank you for the pawn. Fabi pushes. Man, this game, when Gukesh is involved, he always keeps fighting till the bitter end. And also, Fabi is a big fighter.
Yeah, but the time, Sagar, 30 seconds. And I think it is much harder for Gukesh to face this. Much harder.
Because the threat is just push the pawn. But I think Gukesh will find something, Amruta. Maybe a check. Maybe queen here. Follow with the idea of check.
15, 14, E5. What should it do right now? Queen G4, right? E6 for Queen G4.
Oh, he goes Queen A3, which is a big mistake.
See what's happening now. If E6,
he's blundered.
actually he thought if E6, he's controlling E7. No, he doesn't want to go Rook E7.
Then, no, his point was now check means this rook is not hanging.
But then the rook gets tied down for the e-pawn and the knight will jump in, right?
Exactly. This is the problem. The knight comes in and there are too many problems. The rook is tied up.
Oh, he had played this so well.
Yeah.
This game, he played beautifully. In fact, such difficult decisions.
Agreed.
Giving that piece sack.
And Fabi is not one to miss his chance. Suddenly, black piece is very passive. And now Fabiano is coming here. King is moving up.
Yeah, this game in the analysis was always also becoming a roller coaster, right? You had to be very accurate. It was a tough one. Very tough one, I would say.
True. But Amruta, still, let's see if there are any hopes left. Oh, he's blundered a check and he's lost the rook.
No, but Queen D4 is also hanging, no? In the end.
But then you are 2 pawns down.
And no perpetual. Queen F5, King G2, Queen C2.
But white to play, no? So check, king here, you take, I take. And then it's white's move. He can play Queen F7 and just win it.
Got it. So this is actually over. A very critical game. In fact, for Gukesh, it was almost there.
He was almost
even
winning.
Draw was,
He was almost winning.
Yeah. Losing was the last thing here. Yeah.
Guys, I wouldn't say Gukesh is out of form. It's just that this game he blundered in a complex position. He played it well though. I think sacking that knight and all was a great play. But in the end, Karuana managing to outplay. But still the game is not over.
Yeah, Rakshit says, unlike other sports, you don't get points, runs for good moves. One mistake and the previous moves don't matter. Yeah, it's about the last mistake here. But unlike the other sports, they are knocked out. Here you get to play every game. That's
and some people have said that is actually a problem because we want to really go home.
No, they don't realize that that actually makes them mentally so strong in life because you have to keep on fighting.
True. And now Gukesh can give a check here, Amruta, but once the king comes up, it's safe.
Yeah. No, this is over. The pawn is just too near. Actually, Gukesh will... it's not about only this game because it completely got flipped. After a point, it got flipped. But it is also about the next game. With whom is Gukesh going to play in the next round? Do you remember? Maybe the chat. No, you don't find. Chat is there.
Yeah, maybe chat if you could tell us. No, there are 2 more games left.
2 games. Last game is Gukesh versus Vishy.
Look at what Street Bunker says. Went to get my lunch for a minute and Gukesh flipped the game. Uh, I'm sure he's not from India. Otherwise, eating lunch at
Right.
7:53 is a little...
Right. Time really mattered though. I think it was the time, right, Sagar?
Yeah.
Which mattered. Nepo. He's playing Nepo. Duda. No, Nepo.
Next game is versus Anand, Amruta. Last game is versus Duda. Oh, so next game is
Oh.
Gukesh versus
So
Vishy.
that is actually that's the most important game.
Yeah.
Because even for Vishy will
wants
be
to win.
white or black.
Vishy wants to win the
Sure,
title.
of course.
Be on top of the leaderboard. By the way, we have some updates on the scorecard, Amruta, right now. Because Vishy has moved up to 9 points.
Yeah, Vishy drew.
And also Karuana won this game. So he would move ahead of Vishy.
So Nepo is leading.
Yes, Nepo and Karuana, both.
So Vishy will be on number 3.
Yes.
After. And then Duda will be on.
Duda on 8. Gukesh and Magnus will be on same points.
Okay. Magnus is slowly coming. Street Bunker says I am from London. That's why he's having. Tanmay asks, did you get to record any video from watch party Anand Nepo dugout during finals of Global Chess League?
No, I don't think so. We didn't. Anand and Nepo dugout. No, we did not. I think no checks, Amruta, anymore. Queen is coming up, so Gukesh will resign this. And guys, Fabiano Caruana wins it. Gukesh played this brilliant move, Queen C7. Actually, it was not the best, but the idea was brilliant.
Practically brilliant move it was.
And I was actually hoping that Gukesh goes for Queen C7, Queen C5, forcing F3, then Queen D4, or maybe just Amruta first Rook D7.
But that was a complete shift of mindset, right? In a way,
Yeah, you have to then
because
put
you were on F file.
Baskets, all your eggs in one basket. That is these 2 pawns.
You cannot put all the baskets in one egg.
Yeah, and Gukesh resigns with this. The round is over. We had 3 draws. Rapport Carlson draw. Lupulescu Firuza draw. Anand Duda draw. Karuana beating Gukesh and Sharich losing to Yan Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah.
Amruta, you can quickly go and have your dinner.
I'll bring dinner for you also. Rakshit says 2500 watching, 2000 likes कर दो. ज़्यादा मांग रहा हूँ क्या? Only if you like, YouTube will suggest the stream to others.
लाइक कर दो दोस्तों. यहाँ पे मैं 4000 लाइक के लिए नहीं बैठा हूँ. 5000 लाइक कर दो. And also, guys, check out the second link in the description. We have a new video course by Vidit Gujarati. It says Master Advanced Tactics and Calculations like a Super Grandmaster. And it says Advanced Tactics and Calculations are of utmost importance when it comes to improving your chess. How do you calculate long variations and where do you stop? When can you rely on your intuition and what methods are there to choose from? Tactics are taught early and lead to serious improvement when you learn themes like pin, double attack, fork as a beginner. However, after a certain level, it is not so straightforward to simply work on tactics and improve. That's the reason we have recorded the Master Advanced Tactics and Calculations like a Super Grandmaster with GM Vidit Gujarati. In this video course, we use studies to present different aspects of advanced tactics and calculations. As Vidit navigates his way through the world of studies, you get to see a world-class GM in action. When does he use brute force and calculation? When does he rely on his intuition? These are all the things that you get to learn from Vidit's video course. I am Sagar Shah, sits along with Vidit and tries to break down the thinking of a super GM in a way that it's easier for you to understand. If you decide to seriously work on the material presented here, you can be sure that you will become stronger at chess calculation. In addition, we have carefully selected 95 positions where you will be put to test. Try to find the right solution by playing against Fritz. This practical training will make you ready for your own games. Detailed annotated solutions are provided that will help you take your game to the next level. Video running time 5 hours 26 minutes. additional databases with 95 positions. Guys, check this out. It's the second link in the description. You will like it, you will enjoy it, and actually it's a very nice way to improve your calculation. Okay. Gukesh actually is doing really well in this tournament. He is, it's not a book, it's a video course, guys. No, you don't need anything, it will work on its own. But if you have a ChessBase, it will open on ChessBase. But if you don't have it, it will still work. It will also work on Mac, it will work everywhere. So no problems. This is actually a very interesting 2 rounds left. Next round will start in I think in 10 minutes or so, 10-15 minutes. Yeah, today is the last day for the rapid. Rakshit says, could we have a free introduction video for the course, first 15 minutes on YouTube, like Chessable short and sweet? Yes, it is there. If you just type with it, I will put it up on ChessBase India as well, but currently it is available on ChessBase, the ChessBase web YouTube channel. Okay. I'm actually looking forward to. By the way, how did Vishy draw that game? We can quickly have a look at the final moves. We saw that he brought his rook, queen. Yeah, this all we saw.
अभी तुम खाना खा
तुम खा लो ना.
मैं भी ले
Okay, very simply he drew it. What are you eating? Guys, I'm eating, it is jawar bhakri and beans vegetable. Dinner is always made, not outside. I wanted to show you the lineup of the World Cup actually. FIDE World Cup. Sharan Srinivasan says, this is the first time we will see the Madras Tiger versus Madras Cub. Very excited. I'm also very excited. It's the first time that Gukesh and Vishy will play in a game. I'm sure they have played many practice games against each other, but this is the first time they will play in a tournament game. In fact, Vishy has played with Prag, Nihal and Arjun, all of them. With Prag and Nihal in Tata Steel 2018, Rapid and Blitz in India. With Nihal in Nihal and Prag there. With Arjun in European Club Cup. And now with Gukesh first time.
Saran says the Madras Tiger versus the Madras Cub.
Amruta, I have read it.
What are you eating?
I also said it.
Acha. Arey yaar. Guys, what are you eating?
The game. Amruta, at what time will the game start?
It should start around 8:15.
8:15, guys.
Around.
Raunak has also played against Vishy. And he was almost going to beat him at Isle of Man. Remember? He was very young, 13.
Yeah. Rakshit Khandelwar says is Amruta a good chef?
No, we don't have. We have a chef who cooks.
Because Amruta is not a good chef.
Nor is Amruta a good chef, nor am I a good chef. So
Mhm. You like cooking.
I like, but I'm not good at it.
You make very good tea.
Hmm.
Rakshit says Rajma Chawal. Momos. Sambar rice. Ragda patties. Atul is eating ragda patties.
Oh,
Saurav is asking what should I order from Zomato for dinner? Help me please. I have run out of options.
please order something simple like dal khichdi.
Emory asked, will there be a new world champion next year? If
Yep.
so, what do you think is the best? Who do you think is the best contender?
It's a good question. I think very. I mean, Ding will play against that player. Nepo has good chances. I don't think Magnus will play in the candidate cycle again. Because I think in a recent interview he did mention that he doesn't want to play again. Mm, I think Amruta best chance could be for Karuana,
Hmm?
Nepo, maybe these two.
For world championship?
Hmm.
Ali Reza, no?
Ali Reza is not even playing the World Cup.
Hmm. Pragnananda.
No, I mean, if someone from India has a chance to make it to the candidates right now, definitely Gukesh, because he's leading in the FIDE circuit, I think. So that has one spot. So he has chance of making it to the candidates.
Ah.
Oh, Jai says my money is on Giri. True. Aditya Roy says on Levon. Interesting.
Harshit says I have a feeling it can be Wesley.
Levon actually got his chance in 2013, 14. That was a big chance, at that point. He didn't play so well. I don't know if he can make it back, but it would be a great story if he can.
Prajna says, hi Sagar bhai, now we have three things in common. You and I both went to Fatima. You and I both live in Ghatkopar. And I became a chartered accountant.
Congratulations, Prajnay. That is great. Great news. Hikaru. We cannot actually
Yeah.
forget Hikaru because he's winning many events now.
Krishna Hazarika asks, what is the best preparation way for a 1200 player?
I think playing a lot of games helps online, and also solving a lot of tactics should be a good idea.
Hello?
Nahi.
Random asks, if you could eat one food or a dish for the rest of your life, what would it be?
Yeah.
Bhel?
I think a romantic answer is bhel, but the practical answer is roti sabzi.
But how romantic? I don't like bhel.
No, romantic in the sense you like it right now, so you think you will like it forever, but once you eat it for 10 days, you will not like it. So better to go with something more practical like what you have eaten every day.
Got it. Games have begun.
No, no.
Okay.
What will Gukesh play move number 1, Amruta? That is the question. Have you put a vote?
No, I couldn't from mobile.
Let's put a vote. Guys, while you are here,
Huh. Yesterday, we got around 15,000 votes.
yeah. Who do you think will win? Vishy, the Madras Tiger. Guki. What should we give him the name? The
Madras Cup दिया था किसी ने.
Madras Cub might be a bit too. I mean, Guki is not a cub anymore. So,
The youth tiger.
the Chennai Cheetah. I don't know. Shall we do that?
Hmm.
The Chennai Cheetah, because Gukesh the Gladiator. Yeah, I like this name. Guki the Gladiator.
GG.
And draw. I support both. We'll give one option to our chat. Let's see if they. Okay, guys, the poll is up.
हाथ धो के आए फटाफट कर सकते हो फिर.
Gukesh there were some good names actually. Guys, games will start. We have 58% people saying Vishy the Madras Tiger, 14% saying Guki the Gladiator, 11% draw, 17% saying I support both. Wow. So Vishy is very big favorite, but he has the black pieces. Although, from a tournament standing perspective, if Vishy wins, that would be good for Vishy's chances. Emery Tate says, how difficult is it to stay motivated when you are at the top, say top 20, and relatively not young, say like Gukesh? I think motivation is more a matter of your internal state than anything else. If you are able to motivate yourself without really focusing too much on results, wanting to get better, wanting to remove your weaknesses, wanting to stay fit, I think that's the best kind of motivation. And so beyond some certain age, you need that internal motivation, which Vishy Anand has, I believe, which Magnus Carlsen kind of is lacking, because he's trying to find that. He's trying to put external aims to motivate himself. He's saying like, I want to reach 2900 elo. But I think in chess, the best kind of motivation flows from within. Like, you want to find the best moves. You sort of that. Harshvardhan Singh says, I have test tomorrow, but I'm addicted to chess. I can't concentrate on my studies. What to do? Harshvardhan, maybe a good idea is to watch this for the next 1 hour, Gukesh versus Anand, and then just close it. And then just focus and get inspired from Gukesh or Vishy. That would be a good idea. What's that game time? It will start in maybe a minute. Tanmay says, now that it's revealed, were you aware from start that Hari and Rajabhav were helping the match players? Actually, I got to know about Rajabhav in Global Chess League, but about Hari I was not aware. I got to know yesterday from Fide's post. And I don't know if Hari could have played a role in Ju Enjun beating Vidit. Maybe. Possible. That Ju Enjun was in good form. She's been working with Hari. Actually, I feel, oh, games have started. E4, Amruta, Karuana on the board. C6. आजी सुनते हो, गेम शुरू हो गई है. E4, F3, fantasy variation. What was played yesterday by Karuana, and yesterday Vishy had gone bishop b4. But actually, today he goes knight d7. And very interesting that Gukesh came prepared by watching Vishy's game. Amruta. Karukan fantasy. Guys, it's not boring. It's very interesting. Because Gukesh has gone for f3 line. There was a saying once, ask the knight on g1 what he feels about the f3 pawn. Amruta, your half face is looking very good.
I'm your better half. Wow, this line is really very crazy, in a way. There's a lot of preparation. It's a lot of sharp lines also. So Gukesh, as usual, choosing something which matches his style of play. So bishop e3. Both have more than 25 minutes right now.
Who will be more stressed for this game?
Normally the higher rated player, and normally, it's like that, right? At the end of it.
I would say that if today Vishy beats Gukesh, that would be amazing, because Gukesh is going to be one of the best players in the world soon. So this might be the first and last time they play each other.
Right.
So it will be the only win for Vishy.
Correct.
Or only lose for Gukesh, like that. But if Gukesh beats Vishy, that also is a great feather in Gukesh's cap. So
yeah.
Actually, I would say pressure is on both in some ways, no?
But also, Sagar, one element is that Vishy, they are from Waka. And Vishy is also, in a way, a coach, right? So, when you know so much about each other in that sense, now, playing Vishy without working with him is way different than playing with Vishy after working with him. What would you say?
Yeah, good point. I think from that point of view, both would also be okay to lose to each other.
Because एक गुरु के लिए तो अपना शिष्य.
Right. So, but I mean, the main thing is Vishy personally doesn't spend that much time teaching, but he's built Waka and he has the trainers there. He works with them. Gayevsky, who is his second, Gukesh is now working with him, which is actually a big contribution to Gukesh's growth.
Yeah.
Done by Waka Westbridge Anand Chess Academy, that Gayevsky now works with Gukesh. But actually, funny thing for Gayevsky is I think he must have not helped Gukesh for this game.
That's what I was wondering right now. If Gaevsky is there, what would he be doing?
I'm
Like,
sure he's helping Gukesh online,
huh?
or maybe he's also helping Vishy. Very tough. We have to
Yeah,
ask.
this is an important, insight we need to get to know.
Right. Meanwhile, we can quickly check also the game between other two leaders, Nepo versus Fabi, which
Oh,
is
that's
actually,
French advanced.
yeah, they played the French advanced, which is Amruta's favorite line from white. E5, C3.
Yeah, it's very easy. Place all the pawns on dark squares, and later, basically, your pawn chain directs on this side, and this is the break. One of the ideas. I mean, long castle. Okay, b4.
Oh my god.
Now cb3.
Actually, facing Nepo is always scary because he's so well prepared, no, Amruta?
Yeah, Nepo, I find some similarity in the style of Gukesh. Let's come back here. Which
Oh.
move did we leave at?
We left it here.
Bishop
Now
E3.
Vishy came and pinned this knight. So Gukesh instantly developed his bishop. Because you know that, right? That the threat was to take and give this check and win this pawn
Oh.
because this is pinned.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
So he defends this pawn further.
Hmm.
And then Vishy simply plays the move c5.
But he has 23 minutes 12 seconds, and it seems this is either his novelty or he has mixed up something.
Yeah, I
Only
think-
two possibilities.
I feel
Computer doesn't like.
yeah, I don't think that it's just something which Vishy has prepared. Let's quickly go and check here, Amruta. Oh, this
Okay.
is very bad, but okay.
Why it's very bad? Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, just put it up here. Put ourselves above.
No,
it.
put the ChessBase niche.
No, it's fine. So now just quickly checking on our live board here. E4, C6, D4, D5, F3, E6, Knight C3, and here Bishop B4 is the main move, but Vishy goes Knight D7, Bishop E3, Bishop B4, only 40 games, Bishop D3, and now C5 has been played only once before. This
And
is
who
in
has played?
1967.
It's a very hard thing to understand. Guys, do you think this is a novelty, or do you think it's a
I think
It's a
it's an
mix-up.
over the board inspiration for Vishy, and you can see that Gukesh has stopped in his tracks.
maybe Vishy wanted to get out of the book?
True, but I think Amruta for Gukesh, he needs to find the move ED.
Okay. So, first of all, if he takes d5,
Yeah, if you take back with the pawn, I can now take this pawn.
and knight takes c5. And your light square bishop is attacked, and I would love to capture that.
Yeah, please take it.
Acha. I'll take it when I want to take it. Yeah, maybe now. Knight takes d3.
You take, I take with the queen.
And then I develop my knight. Simply also defending the d5 pawn. What is the evaluation bar even do? Oh. Okay.
Careful.
So queen b5 is a threat after knight d3. It's not easy, yeah, for me. I need to waste another move. So taking doesn't make sense. Wow, this position already is better for white, you mean. So this, but then isn't it coming by force? Because if you take
No.
take, after takes, maybe bishop takes c5.
Yeah,
To
but
get-
even that position doesn't look great, Amruta, because I can take, and you're left with this very weak pawn, which then is hanging. So
But then how? Then c5, how did,
C5,
what,
C5,
what is
of course,
Vishy having
taking
in mind?
here, maybe taking back is not the best idea. You have few options. One is maybe take here.
Mm-hmm.
But the problem here is that after take, I'm also attacking this pawn.
And if I develop simply my knight,
No, you're pawn down, no?
no, d takes c6 is also happening.
So,
So no, c5, I'm sure maybe some error kya by
no,
leeches?
no. No, nothing, no error, Amruta. I think he might take here. Here, take here, take here. And Vishy likes to give up pawns and sort of play this like Remember with Karuana he did it.
Ah, right.
Give up a pawn,
That
make
doubled
it
pawn.
doubled.
Yeah. And somehow he manages to defend.
Yes, but here it looks like, Amruta, this position, I have a feeling that Gukesh is completely better here. Gukesh is
So
totally better. He takes it. He takes the pawn and he asks Vishy, what is your idea? Meanwhile, Vishy Anand in some trouble out of the opening here. He also takes back. Amruta takes back. Now,
and he doesn't think at all.
no, will Gukesh find this? Because if he doesn't play this move, then Vishy is completely okay.
Yeah, if he plays a move like knight G, guys, it's not trapped, no? Still c4, I thought, but you have bishop f5. But,
No, but
nevertheless, c4
it's a
is
great position for
yeah,
black.
yeah. Once this pawn is on f3. In fact, in Magnus versus Vishy, where Vishy had the pawn on f3, f6, it's similar, yeah, for white.
Yeah.
That is one thing which Gukesh will have to take care.
By the way, Magnus is facing Jan Shistov Duda, Amruta, and it is a slightly better position for Magnus, although this might be theory. There is a crazy move in this position, if I'm not mistaken, which is to play the move bishop h6.
Wow.
Because if you take, I take your knight. But he has played bishop g5. And now bishop e7. So maybe slightly better. Meanwhile, Nepo is better against Karuana. This is getting a sharp game, Amruta.
Yeah, after this happened just very quickly. C takes b3 and c4.
Oh.
Bishop a4, c5. In fact, he closed this in spite of the king being here. That's what he did. Bishop b2. And the b3 pawn, he's not really caring about it.
Yeah, he might pick it up later.
Yes, bishop d1 is the plan now.
Oh, okay. Got it. Let's go back to... Oh, Gukesh finds the move. D takes c5. Wow.
Hasn't he now put a Vishy in a big question mark?
For sure. Gukesh is asking Vishy, what is your plan?
Do you think Vishy is actually, like with this, suppose this has happened on the board. Now maybe we can say Vishy is under pressure actually. More than Gukesh.
I think Vishy is under clear trouble because Amruta, he takes and he does the same thing which
as you mentioned, yeah,
but
giving that pawn and
but I like how Vishy puts his knight here and not the most natural square. The reason being, from here the knight is dominated. It cannot go to this square and this square because of the pawn. Always remember, if your knight is 2 steps away from a pawn, it kind of gets dominated here because the pawn controls both its squares. So Vishy feels that let me put my knight here. My knight can come here. Could at some point jump there if needed later. And that's how we decided.
oh, and also Sagar, the chances of opposite colored bishops could be there if one pair of knights is exchanged and if this bishop is captured.
Yeah, I agree.
Then you get it. So still, it's a very slight edge in that sense, practical edge, right?
It's actually quite a good one, Amruta, because now, okay, Vishy can go after this pawn c5. Let's say you go queen a5, most natural move. The next move you want to take.
Yeah.
Right? So now, how does white cling on? Because see, if white castles, then black takes it and black is fine. So if you were white, what is the way in which you would keep your extra pawn? Or at least cause some trouble to your opponent?
Emery asks, what is the main preparation that WCC players do for almost a year? World Championship players, since a lot of standard chess has been studied in depth up to move 20. Emery, you can write once or maximum.
They go deep actually. They go very deep into it. And they sometimes go as deep as move 40 or so on. Sendil Nathan, I like your move very much, which is rook b1, Amruta. The main point is that if you take here, I can give a check and all of a sudden you are in trouble because your knight is hanging.
Oh, but actually I thought bishop d4 looks very natural, and in fact even in the chat that has been suggested. So
I think it's also
is there a
good
problem?
Move. Very interesting
But
move,
black
but he
is
might
equalized.
castle.
So tell me something, Sagar. White has managed to save his c3 pawn with bishop in the center, and after castle, how come the evaluation in the last position changed? Like, black could actually equalize.
Because black in that position after castles is threatening to take this pawn, and if you can't save it, then maybe what is the point?
Then you also collect the light square bishop. So the pawn on c5 is not just a pawn, but you take away the double bishop advantage.
True. And also after castles, Amruta, now the question is, as white, if you go castle, then that is exactly what black
Yeah.
wants. He wants either queen a5 or queen c7 and win this pawn.
Got
So as white, as Gukesh, you want to do something which is more creative. You want to do something which keeps your pawns. But I think Vishy does understand that even though he's slightly worse, he's not gone into that stage where he's in trouble.
No, now I'm thinking that this is his preparation, Sagar. Like to equalize in a way. I do feel that.
Oh, but
Okay, but
he
the
did
question.
castle. And this is very unlike Gukesh, because Gukesh generally does not want to castle. He might.
What could
I
he have
think
played?
He could have gone queen b1, so that if queen c7, you can go queen b5 or queen b4, controlling this pawn.
Again, can we not say that queen b1 is quite an unnatural move?
It is.
Like, I mean, you of
It
course
is.
firstly
But
need
it's a
time to.
Gukeshi move. Gukesh like
Gookie move. It's a Gookie move. Yes, that's true. You need to think. In the last game, he got into trouble because of time trouble. What happens in the next game is like you tell yourself, okay, this time I have to play fast. For natural moves, I have to play fast.
Right.
And that's that castle move.
I agree with you. But I think Amruta, now Vishy is actually going to take this pawn and be quite okay.
Exactly.
His knight may jump here or here. So Rakshit says, wasn't h4 h5 a good plan?
Baap re.
Oh, Rakshit, that was too risky. In this position, if you play h4, queen c7, h5, maybe I could take here, but I can also stop it.
It's alpha zero like play. Like
Yeah.
you humanly with that king on e1 and that open central file.
But he wants to put his king here, and actually it could be a very good idea, Amruta. It's just that we don't feel that it's a good way to play.
Intuitively.
But
no, like
Alpha Zero likes
Yeah.
to play. Modern chess is all about
Correct.
pushing your rook pawns.
but very Indian like. This is not natural. Nice one though.
Okay, queen goes to c7.
Gauri
And-
Shankar says, first of all, big hi to you both. Excellent commentators. Thank you. Big hi. Queen what?
No, he played queen.
So one question to you is knight c5 is incoming. Right now I
Yeah.
cannot defend. c4 if I want to try some activity.
Maybe it's a possibility.
And now if knight c5 if you play.
Yeah. I think I'll take this. Because when you take here, I have a very
Oh, well, let's as a
special
chat.
white to play.
Abhimanyu has also asked how about knight f4 and eyeing on discover attack. We'll check that as well.
Yeah, absolutely right, guys. Just take here. Bishop takes h7, king h7, and queen d5. It's a very typical tactic here, and this has been found by
Sendil Nathan, Jagmohan, Rakshit, Kanti, Devansh, Rohit, Sid, Mohammad, Divye, Srirang. Well done.
Oh, meanwhile, Gukesh has gone for this move, slightly weird move, and I'm not very sure what this move is achieving after a4, Amruta. But I think his
Whoa.
idea, as he's now shown, is a5. So Rakshit, what he wanted to do here, Gukesh is doing it on the other side.
But this is such a, what to say, as I always think, Sagar, when you have to make these moves a4 and h4, your level, I mean, it generally shows in your level.
Yeah.
Well, many times, of course, imagine, no, as beginners, you make this move a4 and h4, but that is in the first 2 3 moves. Otherwise, at the right time, these are not easy moves, and I really find this plan interesting by Gukesh, trying to create some, what to say, torturous thing there.
Yeah, I agree. But Amruta, remember you had once said that in this position, opposite colored bishops may come. And I think that is what could happen after I take here, and now I have a light squared bishop. You have a dark squared bishop. It seems like a position like this should be okay for Vichy to hold. You know, Anand is one of the most is one of the finest defenders out there, and more than defender, he's like this guy who is very objective. And once you give him an equalish position, he can take the game to its logical conclusion.
Hmm.
The only guy who can actually press against him really well is Magnus.
That's true.
And today Gukesh is trying his best, but Gukesh is not that player who likes small edges and keep on pressing. He's the guy who goes for creative solutions, attacks, and so on.
Correct. So in creative solution, after takes, there is a possibility that he has a rook lift idea.
Yeah, possible.
मुझको भी तो lift करा दे.
In fact, I would not be surprised if Gukesh decided to take with his queen here. Just for activity, keeping pressure here. Yes, they are double pawns, but your idea of swinging the rook here could be very interesting. Meanwhile, right now, Vichy is still thinking for his move. He's down to 19 minutes, but Gukesh has 15 minutes on the clock.
And Siddharth says, if you notice, Vichy has been playing all his moves very fast. And Injin says they are all the best moves. Definitely, this is Vichy's preparation. Yes, I think it's highly possible.
I'm
Highly
not so
possible.
sure. I'm not so sure. Arjun Prakash says, I've been stuck between 900 to 1000 for over 6 months. How can I break the barrier? Arjun, you can check out Imbalance Theory on ChessBase India. It's a good one for you to improve. Also, solve some tactics. Maybe you can work on your calculation. The second link in the description, which has with its video course, could be an idea for you to look at.
Rusham says Carlson was nowhere to be seen in the top 5 yesterday, but now he's there.
True, Magnus always makes a comeback.
Yeah.
He beat Vichy, then he drew today against Rapport, and now against Duda, he is almost winning Amruta already out of the opening.
After Bishop G5, what happened? Only in 2 moves, how did he get the winning position?
Bishop E7, Rook A C1, and now castling was important, but H6 was a blunder. And suddenly this is lost, because if you take here, I take your bishop, and then there's trouble here. Also, you can't take this because the rook is hanging.
Oh, so F6, he's winning a pawn on F6 as of now. And to defend, I have only one move, E5. Like the rook, no, but E5, rook takes C6.
Yeah.
And then you win the pawn. He's winning material.
Maybe queen E5 is the only move. But I think it's still trouble, because GF, I play bishop H6.
No, bishop F6. No, like, why GF? You would want to get rid of that bishop.
Yeah, you can, but then I'll take...
Oh, rook D8, bishop D8. Nothing.
If you take with the queen, I have rook C6 with the idea of check. So maybe you take back, and now I can go queen takes, pawn takes, rook D6, and I win this pawn, and I'm clearly winning.
Oh, got it.
Okay, meanwhile, Gukesh versus Vichy. Oh, after A5, Vichy went rook D8, Amruta. Not a great idea. Gukesh quickly put his bishop here, attacking the queen.
Bishop to F4. All the time we were looking at bishop D4. I never thought of bishop F4.
And now queen D2 by Gukesh takes, pawn takes. And maybe it's a small improvement in Gukesh's position, because he has managed to get his pieces activated, but how should he continue now?
He's also developed. No, now his development is complete. Rooks are connected. This bishop still is 1 move away, 2 moves away from development. The space is pretty decent.
Yeah.
I mean, his position, as you say, is getting better. The knight, as of now, has to still figure out where it has to go. Would love to be somewhere here or at least control these squares.
Right. Also, Amruta.
Oh.
Oh, look at him. Just answering your question when you said he must control these squares, he's gone there. And guys, one of the things which Gukesh does really well is he keeps fighting even in equal positions. He tries to create chances. That does lead to him losing games, but that does lead to him winning games as well.
Yeah,
And Gukesh,
absolutely.
many against Vishy could go for slightly unambitious approach in such positions, but not Gukesh.
Yeah.
He will go all out and he'll try to attack. Amruta, as she pointed out, knight will sit here so that the pawn can never push itself. You can go there. Also, pawn can move up. Suddenly, the knight is looking at some dark squares. Oh, Vishy goes f6. Very interesting move.
Now, do you play knight h5 or
Yeah, looks
now?
looks
No.
tempting, but I think his idea was aimed against it.
Ah, he kind of f6 move defended against it. g4, no.
Yeah, I wanted to just improve it, but then you have d4, c4, and g6. Knight goes back, and now a very important move here, guys. Black to play. What do you do?
Bapre. Lakshya has been asking any updates on New York chess event.
Well, it didn't happen, Lakshya. We tried our best to do it in the Marshall Chess Club, but in the end, it did not work out. Then we wanted to do some park, but we had very little time left, so in the end, it couldn't happen there.
Soumya Agarwal says, Sagar bhai, I'm able to find tactics while doing puzzles, but I'm unable to spot similar tactics while playing online. What should I do?
This happens a lot because when
Yeah.
you solve a puzzle, you already know that there is an answer there. So very good training could be to take a full game and guess every move of it, because then you will find what is the critical moment to think.
And in a way, also live games at the end of it. They are
True.
the best for such thing. Basically, when you're solving tactic, आराम से chill करते करते कर रहे हो. No stress, which is there while playing. Who found it? Did people find it?
Yes.
Shaibi, Rohan, Faisal, Aditya, Harish, Ayush, Inbanesan, Abis, Srirang, and Divya. Well done, guys. You have found a move, and the move is G5.
Not here.
Acha, over there. Because I was looking at the chat, I guess I missed it. Okay, so rook fe1 has been played, and Vishy can challenge the rook, but it does look unnatural when you want to complete the development. So Vishy goes queen f7 and queen f2. Nice symmetry between the queens. Let's not forget that this queen is keeping an eye on this a7 pawn. And look at this a5 pawn, what it has done. You cannot go b6 and such ideas. And also when you move this bishop and the b7 pawn will be attacked, still b6 is not going to be so easy. And queen f2 not just keeps an eye here, but it also makes sure that a b6 break is not going to be very easy. Plus, at the right time, who knows? So queen f2 is a very, very interesting move. Computer is not very much in favor of that, because computer might have preferred queen b2.
I want to play now after queen f2, black move d4.
Acha, so you want to commit here. But what have you thought for c4? This guy is isolated. This knight can come back to attack this later. Rook can sit on e4. So you need to have some plan, Mr. Sagar Shah.
Also, I guess you might push your pawn forward and put your bishop there in the center of the board.
Oh yeah, this is possible.
Oh,
Absolutely.
bishop.
Vishy develops the bishop. So in a way it's good, right? You have connected the rooks and instantly Gukesh goes back with his bishop. So he is all eyeing for this guy. But what? One question to you. What if black says यार बहुत pressure हो गया है, बस हो गया अभी, and he
No.
plays a6.
But then b6 square is weakened and my bishop can sit there.
Better sit there.
Meanwhile, Amruta, people saying Nepo is winning. And
Okay,
that is
let's have a look. Let's have a quick look at it. We don't have to see the full this thing, but just oh, look at this exchange sacrifice
yeah.
by Nepo. Takes, and this pawn chain here. If this falls, then everything can be in danger. Bishop e2. This is the position after exchange sac. Wow, Sagar.
I think the main problem for black is that this rook is holding it all together, and white simply wants to go g3, bishop f1, bishop g2, and just remove this rook.
And the b7 is also under pressure. In fact, knight a5 in the soon is soon at some point. Queen a4.
Queen c3, knight a5. So that's why this bishop is passive, and white is very close to
Yeah.
winning in spite of being material down.
Amazing
Magnus,
play.
meanwhile, completely better as well. After knight e4, rook takes, knight takes, bishop takes. The king is right in the center, and a check is coming up. He goes queen here. Bishop g5. What a move found by Magnus. What a move, Amruta.
Which one?
Bishop g5. Because the point was, Duda was like, if you play here, I'll come up, and if you take the rook, I will go check, king here, take this, king here, check, king here, mate.
Arey, you should have asked the chat.
No, that's fine. But the problem
Chat,
is,
that's fine. You could have found it anyway.
he finds this move bishop g5, which is such a crazy move that Duda.
Wow, I mean,
if you
3
take here-
attackers there already with that to the pawn, the knight, the queen.
Yeah, and if you take with the pawn, rook is hanging.
Hmm.
If you take with the knight is gone away from f2. So I can give a check and win your rook. You have no more this problem.
And if you take with the
If you
queen,
take with the queen, I can take and then
And
give
then
a
rook.
check and take this. So beautiful move.
wow, this is definitely the move of the tournament.
Yeah, very beautiful chess. But now it's just you are down material. Queen check is very powerful. And I'm sure Magnus will convert this. BG5 was amazing.
Lovely move, Sagar. Wow, brilliant, brilliant. What a move we witnessed today. Maza aa gaya.
Let's quickly go to Gukesh versus Anand. And queen f2, bishop e6. He had come back, queen d7. He's coming back. And I think we are reaching a kind of an equalish position, Amruta, because Vishy has also activated his bishop now.
Right. I think it's going to go to opposite colored bishop. बहुत पहले predict कर चुके.
Idhar udhar says, hi Sagar, whenever I'm having a low Divas, cheer me up like a ball. I guess you are my... Arey, thank you.
Dr. Avinash Patak says, Sagar bhai, are you wearing Mumbai Master jersey because you neither want to support Anand nor Gukesh? Just curious.
No, not really. I had
They just
it with
gave-
me. So I wore it today. I think they are a wonderful team and also a great team spirit from that they have.
Okay, so one question to you, Sagar, is that Nepo and Gukesh, do you find any similarity, in Gukesh's style? I mean, in between them.
think young Nepo
Yeah,
and Gukesh were similar. But
right.
now Nepo has become very solid.
Exactly. But when Nepo in his young days, we used to see him playing, it used to be so crazy. He was not like opening way, he was not solidly prepared. He would also make a lot of blunders and lose. But the way his games always used to attract the crowd that way. But World Championship, he showed how solid he can play.
Yes.
And I think because you had this style, because you had this style once, you'd never lose it at the end of it. And that's what if Gukesh,
Maybe he's coming
his
back.
path is going towards solidity.
Maybe, but I think what you were trying to say is also that Nepo is coming back and playing aggressive chess, right?
Yeah, he won't leave aggressive chess because at the end of it, for an aggressive player, playing in that style is not, it's more about passion. Like you feel happiness when you play that way.
Yeah.
So, at some point, too much solid chess does become boring for aggressive players and vice versa, of course.
Let's quickly go to Magnus versus Duda. the game is still here. Magnus actually has to find this very important check. Otherwise, Duda is doing pretty okay. Check, king up, check, king back,
Queen c7 maybe now.
and check. But maybe just improving the position with king g2.
Then
is the
not
way you
easy.
go.
Then this is not easy. But does Magnus have time?
Yeah, for sure he has. Like 10 minutes to go. So he's doing very well there. Meanwhile, Karuana is under trouble, under pressure. He is thinking a lot. Firuza versus Ivan Šarić is equal. Rapport versus Lupulescu is better for Rapport. And Vichy versus Gukesh is equal. Maybe Gukesh goes all out, Amruta, in such positions and then gets into trouble. We never know.
But for a change, Vishy's time has gone down. Like more than Gukesh.
Yeah.
He
True.
is on 10 minutes. He's thinking, oh, he plays bishop f5 and attacks the d3 pawn.
And Gukesh goes knight f4. This is Gukesh style, you know. d3 was hanging. He plays the knight. If g5 now,
Yeah,
then he will play knight h5.
you counter attack.
And if you play queen f7, attacking the knight and defending, he'll go knight g3. Bishop
You again
takes.
attack, but what if takes?
And now f4. And I think this is the type of play that Gukesh excels in. Sharp, you know, very sharp. Like if I was playing white here, and if someone would attack my pawn like this, I would make a move like rook d1. And then it's a fine move, but it's equal. But Gukesh goes knight f4 and induces an inferior move from Vichy now, queen f7. Which means that now, very likely, I think Gukesh will go g4. This is a Gukesh like move. Here h4,
Oh
and now
my god.
you are going all out on the attack. So just when I thought that the game would get a little dull and equal,
Yeah, and in opposite colored bishop, which I thought it doesn't seem like that at all because these knights are way, minding their own business.
true. And Amruta, g4, bishop g6, h4, threatening to trap here. Maybe you go
h5.
h5,
Yeah.
and then this tension is actually in white's favor, perhaps. There you have it. He goes h4 first, which is very interesting because he wants to directly trap it with g4 and h5. Vichy goes h6. Now Gukesh fixes these pawns with h5. Again, a great move. Knight comes to e5. Now Vichy putting pressure on d3 with his knight and bishop. We need to defend it. As Gukesh, would you bring this rook or would you play this rook? Because clearly you don't want to push Amruta.
Yeah, 100%.
Knight jumps here, gets a great square.
No, intuitively you want the rook a1 to go to d1, but then you are leaving that guy again. a5, you were saying to him, bye, don't be dependent on me.
And Amruta, I am of the opinion we should put this rook because my rook is useful here, also could get useful here.
Yes. Actually, this is better. Rook, the e1 rook, though it might be an open file, but it's not really doing much.
And that's what Gukesh has played, and Vichy goes back, which is already a sort of an admission of small defeat there, saying that I came and I went back. But he's also saying that your rook was well placed. Now it's a little passive.
So if Gukesh goes rook e1, do you think Vichy will repeat?
I think
Gukesh will not go rook
I think
e1.
Gukesh will never go here and repeat. He will find something here, and that is the question: what? Or maybe Gukesh says, Vichy, you have taught me a lot of chess. I'm okay.
No, onwards. Then why did, when we played, you said, oh, you're my wife. I don't want to beat you.
But now look at Gukesh. He doesn't even think for a bit for a draw with rook e1. He goes rook d b1, putting pressure on b7. Vichy needs to come up with something. I was wondering, Amruta, if a pawn sacrifice here could work. But after pawn takes,
Yeah, if you had a good blockader on d5, but no, knight e7, that's the only thing I
but
can
then
consider.
b7 is hanging. No?
You don't have time. Yes, you don't have time. Oh, he plays rook d7. Vichy
His
goes
idea
rook
is,
d7.
Amruta, I think he's thinking about what you were saying. He wants to go, let's say, for example, you go rook b2. Okay.
Now he wants to go d4 and knight
Maybe
e7.
go here, takes with the pawn, now knight e7 and put your knight here
Yeah.
and just say that maybe it's fine.
No, because one minute. Because after knight d5, h5 could become weak.
Yes.
And d3 as well, because that knight, the f4 knight is overloaded with work.
F4 knight is brilliant. That's why Vishy's move rook d7 is a great defensive move, and it remains to be seen how Gukesh builds it up, because d4 does seem like a small idea for black.
So, can we go bishop c5 or bishop d4, either of the moves?
Sorry?
And can we go bishop d4? Would you say bishop versus knight?
Bishop d4. Yeah, interesting.
Because this moment, I am okay to go. Look at this. This exchange just proves that my knight is better than your bishop.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's dominating, in fact, completely.
I think your move is great, Amruta, and I think Gukesh might play his bishop here to stop this positional pawn sacrifice. But Gukesh now down to 8 minutes.
Oh, and Vishy has 12 minutes actually. So that time was at that point of time maybe not the right one. Mukul says, Sagar sir, have you noticed that Vishy is playing f6, f3 in all his games?
Interesting.
Tech asks, hello Sagar, rapport is pronounced rappa or rapo?
Richard,
Rapore.
everyone was actually
Rapore.
in Global Chess League saying Ricard Rapport. Something like
Ricard, not Richard.
that. Yeah.
Richard. Okay, get it. But anyway, Rook d7 and Gukesh has come down to 7 minutes now. That's a very long time he's using. He is trying to figure out something. Sagar, how is Rook a4, which seems like you are once again stopping d4, because now you can capture it with this bishop. As we know, we are not worrying about knight versus bishop there.
If Gukesh watches your commentary, he might get you as a team member for his team, because you are coming up with so many creative solutions.
Rook lifts. Oh, look, some moves have happened.
He's actually played another rook lift, not rook b2. He's gone rook b5, Amruta. And Gukesh is saying, there's no time for you to play d4. I'm simply chopping off your bishop here. So Vishy goes a6. Rook goes to c5. And now rook e8.
Wow, look at this rook, but it was on e1. And we never even dreamt for it. Ki you will reach c5.
Exactly. I mean, when you do printing engineering and then who would imagine that you would become a chess streamer?
Acha.
But Amruta, rook e8.
Yeah.
Vishy has brought his pieces into the game pretty well. And Gukesh, as always, has complicated in a way where it can go either way. You know,
Correct.
that's the thing about Gukesh, that while he gets winning chances, he also gives chances to his opponents.
But that's good. That keeps chess interesting, you know.
That's true. That's true. Rakshit says, I had gone to tell Gukesh to put his pawn on h5. Nice.
Ashrut says if Vishy wins this game, he should get Arjuna award. If he doesn't, he should receive Dronacharya award.
Oh, look at Gukesh's move, Amruta. There is no time for Dronacharya and Arjuna award here, because firstly, if you take here, Gukesh is all ready to chop your bishop off. So you can't do that. Even if you push the pawn forward, maybe it's a playable move. Gukesh will go back, putting pressure here. However, Amruta, a great move in this position for black is to jump with the knight.
Whoa, that knight has been like going back and forth so much. Actually, Vishy's experience now will come very handy for him, right? Because he has been steady. Yeah, he's been having this slight, inferior position, but still he has been very steady. Whereas Gukesh is always putting energy in finding something creative.
Yeah, and I think if Vishy finds knight e5 here, knight e5 here, bringing the knight here, putting pressure, then Vishy would be in some trouble.
No, Gukesh.
Gukesh will be in some trouble.
Yeah. I mean, Vishy will not find trouble for himself. So that's true, because suddenly what will happen is the rook might become misplaced on c5. They
Yeah.
belong to open files. It would have loved to be here or maybe here. And maybe this is not
But
the
Gukesh
best.
was also afraid of that pawn sacrifice with d4, and I think that's why he kept his rook on the 5th rank.
Yeah, like he did it from here. It is very interesting for sure. It was not bad. Like it was hard to understand that it
Yeah.
could lead to something like this. Vishy has played amazing.
But I think, Amruta, the main point here is that after c4, will Vishy play d4 or will he play knight e5? He goes d4
D4. Okay, let's try to understand
and he goes back and
very
now puts
quickly.
his rook on e5. So great play here by Vishy Anand.
Yeah,
And Gukesh must find the only move here, Amruta, which is rook d5. He finds it. Rook takes d5.
very
taken.
quickly in a moment Vishy plays that. Why does he do that?
Actually, he should have taken here and gone back.
You mean the d7 rook? But Sagar, don't you feel, just as a feeling, that rook on d7 is nicely protecting the b7 pawn, whereas the rook on e5 literally has no entry on e1,
Also,
e2.
you are afraid that this pawn would hang, right?
Correct. So I think what Vishy played was very natural. If this was the best move, then it was hard. And
But
why
now
was
he's
it best?
blundered big time, Amruta, because
Why?
g4 played.
What? And Gukesh goes for that so quickly.
Yeah, because now the bishop has to go back. And
Knight
now,
e6 kya?
now, actually, he could have taken this pawn. And this is a very sharp move, but Gukesh goes rook c1. And that is also interesting because, Amruta, if you go and take here, it's completely lost.
Guys, white to play and finish.
Finish the game because the bishop is here.
Oh my goodness, the bishop and the queen have taken the places of the pawn, and it's becoming very, very tough.
Check here and game over, guys. So that's the reason why rook c1 played
Yes.
instantly by Gukesh. And now Vishy has 9 minutes, but he's in big trouble.
I mean, his king is in big trouble, actually speaking, because of these pieces. The bishop just didn't want to exist. Completely useless here. My question to you here, Sagar, is
Actually, I have one more point, Amruta. You could have also
huh,
taken here.
for queen d4.
Why? Because after you
Exactly,
take here,
knight d5 was the question.
now the winning move here, and I think
One
everyone
second.
can see it.
Everyone can see it? How
Yes.
can you see that everyone can see it?
It's the only move.
Why am I not seeing it?
Go, guys, go. White to play.
Google guy.
Yes, Shaurya Ambone is right. Rook c1.
Acha,
And if you go back to
see.
stop it, rook c5 wins the pinned piece because the rook is hanging.
Oh.
Amruta, this is brilliant chess. But now look at what has happened. Vishy is actually faltering here after rook c1. He's already in trouble. He had to find a move like king h8 so that if, later on he can block with bishop going back. But he goes g5.
He also plays aggressive, actually. He's going in Gukesh's style. Gukesh takes the pawn
But
very
now
quickly.
look at this king. It's so exposed. And in fact, the queen can jump here attacking this. This is big trouble.
White's king also is exposed.
White's king is exposed, but black pieces are passive, Amruta. It's not so easy. And now look at this. And if you take here, I'm going check, king here. And now, this-
nice. Let's ask the chat.
White
White
to
to
play.
play, guys. White to play.
white to play and mate in 3 moves. Yes, Midlesh, well done, Midlesh. Someone, Parth Lonkar wants to sacrifice his queen, but Parth, maybe here you don't have any good
95
dispo.
you would have thought of. Or 96 check, but doesn't matter.
Yeah, doesn't
King goes back.
There's no mate. So the right move is not to sack the queen, but sack the knight with a check. And then take and then check and then mate.
Whoa. So actually the whole G4, H4, H5 that created a long-term thing for black to just stay accurately. Vishy was actually playing really well.
Amruta,
He
now
missed this one move.
He finds queen h4. Vishy was playing well, but Gukesh has now taken over completely.
Yeah.
This game is busted for Vishy Anand.
My goodness, it was an important round for Vishy because if he loses this, then I think he's out of top 3 contention.
Yeah, for sure. I
And
mean,
even
maybe
Gukesh is out of top 3 contention.
No,
In a
why?
way, we are. Yeah, because he was on.
why top 3 contention is possible, Amruta, still. But also, I mean, this is a game where you just enjoy the chess without
Yeah,
thinking who's
Our-
going to win it,
that's
who's going
true.
to lose it, and so on.
That is true.
The one and only says complicate the position and opponent will blunder. That is true. That has been Gukesh's mantra here in this tournament or in general in
Yeah.
his chess career.
Vishy goes for h5.
I mean, for Gukesh, I think taking this is very strong. Also, Amruta, look at this move. King f2 with the idea of switching the
Oh,
rook here or here.
My goodness. I mean, Gukesh is attacking Vishy in this manner. Literally gladiator manner. But was it only that one move which changed everything for Vishy, Sagar?
Which move?
By
I
Vishy?
think no. Maybe
At can you show the critical moment?
we can look at it after the game. He takes the pawn. We'll look at it
Yes,
thoroughly.
yes.
Bishop f5, and now very obvious move, king f2, switching the rook over here to g1.
Bhagyashree Kaduskar, member for 21 months, backer of Indian
Thank you,
chess, says, "What match? The generational clash. Gukesh is back."
रक्षित से ओपनिंग के बाद ही किंग f2 बोला था. Better late than never, Rakshit. Gukesh making all the moves you suggested, but only after few moves. You know.
Hiren says it's like Mahabharata, Chela plays Guru.
Yeah, true.
In the meantime, Fabi fought back, says Soumya. Okay,
What?
we will go
Fabi-
there.
Fabi fought back.
What are you saying? Impossible to believe this. Okay, we have to later check this also. What happened?
Yeah, nice.
Vishy is now having 8. By the way, Gukesh is having 4 minutes.
Hmm.
And no matter what, when the kings are exposed, because finally his king is also exposed. No matter what, when you are having very less time, it always is a roller coaster. That's what I believe.
Yeah, Amruta, because king f2, I'm not seeing the finishing shot. Like I take here,
Yeah.
and you have to give check from here because rook g1. I thought
Rook
king
g1 is
f8.
natural, no? But like instead of rook
No,
c8.
but you want the king not to run away from here. So you
Okay.
give a check here.
So like the police, you are being on the other side, that he shouldn't escape.
And guys, what's the winning move here for white? White to play. Not at all easy. Let's see if our chat can find this move, Amruta. श्रीरंग नेने, चिमा पीटर, शौर्य अंबोने, अक्षज पाटिल, पार्थ लोणकर, someone, Midilesh, very good guys. Knight g6. Sandeep Singhal is here in the chat and says Anand is in a win-win situation right now. That is true, Sandeep. Even if he loses, he will be happy that,
Yeah.
Gukesh, whom he has trained, is playing so well.
Yeah.
And rook h8 would be a huge attack here on the king. So meanwhile, he's taken the pawn here, Amruta. And now this same thing which we just narrated will happen, rook c8. Actually, rook g1 is also possible,
He
but
goes
Gukesh
rook
finds it.
c8.
Check, and now the king has to come up here or here.
King h7 seems more like wanting to keep on light square because white has the dark square bishop and queen is also on dark square in some way.
Yeah, so if you play king g7,
No, king. Are you
h7.
listening?
Yeah,
King
yeah, no, I'm
h7.
listening. But if king g7,
Huh.
then queen g3 check would have been very strong, followed by the knight coming in here.
Bishop g6.
And take, and then if you take,
Yeah.
then I go check and you lose the
Oh,
queen.
deflection.
So he goes king h7, Vishy here.
And now can you play knight g6? The same
Only
idea?
move. Only move.
Oh,
It's the only move.
otherwise Vishy has chances to equalize. Now that is something very surprising,
But
even
Gukesh
to see
finds
such
it.
a position.
Gukesh finds it. He's so good at these tactical stuff, Amruta. He just finds it. And also,
Mate into, checkmate into,
no,
guys.
no, it's
What?
not mate in two.
Yeah, rook h8, king g7, bishop h6.
But king, oh. So if let's say I play this pawn here, you go check, king here, and mate. What a beautiful mate by these three pieces.
Yeah, I thought by me. Yes. Yes, absolutely. Knight g6. But then how do you defend? You have to take. Is it forced or is there
But if
anything
you take,
else?
I give you a double check. You
Oh.
take here and then check. As we just saw this is a checkmate.
How?
Rook comes here and then I'm using my queen and rook to completely
queen is-
destroy
got
your
it.
king.
Oh my god, are
So
we almost
Vishy
at
might
a-
resign.
Yeah,
Meanwhile, Magnus
resignation.
Carlsen has won his game. What a game this has been. Actually, Amruta, there were many moments where we thought that game would end equal. But Gukesh is such a player. He keeps on. He's like this guy that wherever there is fire, he keeps on fanning it, makes it bigger and bigger.
Yeah, I think this is something we, no matter what, forget about the results. But Gukesh, all the time playing dynamic chess, fearless chess. Literally, gladiator is the perfect name for him. He just, whether even if he loses, he's not trying to feel safe.
Yeah, and also I think
What
someone in the chat
quality?
has said Vishy resigned, but I don't think so.
No, I also. Yeah.
Time is still running down for Vishy. There's no defense, no Amruta against this check and then this check. How do you prevent it? You may want to move your queen away, but where? Let's say you move your queen away so that your king later gets this square. I give a check, king here, I give another check, king here, and then I give you a mate.
Yeah. No, the king is definitely very weak.
Oh, he resigns. Gukesh
Gukesh.
has beaten Vishy Anand in their first ever clash on the board. That is a huge.
My goodness, this might be such an inspiration for Gukesh, for his career in a way.
Yeah.
Who knows, like what Vishy has contributed to.
I
at the
agree.
end of
I
it.
mean, as was rightly pointed out by Sandeep in the chat, who is also
Yeah, from
the
Waka.
founder of Westbridge, and he said it's a win-win situation for Vishy because he would be very happy that Gukesh managed to play such a great game. But on the other hand, I must tell you that beating Vishy in this form has not been easy for anyone except Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah.
So Vishy played Global Chess League. He lost 2 games to Magnus. Rest he beat Aronian, Duda, and also MVL.
Yeah.
And here he lost against only Magnus. Rest all the games he has been unbeaten. But what is very nice to see, and as Amruta has just checked on the video on the official channel, Grand Chess Tour, Vishy and Gukesh are analyzing after the game. Vishy did not just sort of get up there. He was like, the position looks fine and they are discussing. I'm sure they're talking in Tamil.
Yeah, no, that is really nice, really nice. And as exactly everybody has said, like at the end, you have been also a coach in Waka and you have worked with each other. It's not a loss for anybody as such.
I think in general, if you see Amruta, Vishy does consider in some ways Gukesh to be his natural successor. He's India number 2, Vishy is
Yeah.
India number 1. Vishy's coach or second, Gayevsky is now Gukesh's coach and
Correct.
second. So in a way, it's like that natural progression from being like he's passing over the baton to Gukesh. But okay, I
Yeah.
mean, Vishy, of course, we should mention that Vishy would have loved to win this game.
Correct.
He was fighting tooth and nail, but Gukesh proved to be the better player today.
But one thing, Sagar, in that sense, like Vishy now has absolutely no chance, you think, to finish in top 3 after winning last round? Or what is the standing like? Maybe we can refresh once.
Yeah, we can just check it out. What are the standings? We can see there, Amruta. right now.
Yeah, and we'll also see, yes, Fabi versus Nepo going crazy. We will definitely do it. We'll definitely check it out. But that is Gukesh, yeah. I mean, you cannot predict what will happen in Gukesh's game.
Yeah.
Whatever the position is. But what you can predict is you are going to enjoy his games.
Right, Amruta. So now Karuana or Nepo, someone will reach 12, or
Yeah,
maybe they
one of
draw.
them. One of them.
Gukesh has already reached 9 points. So he is now on equal score with Rapport, Anand, Magnus.
Oh, Magnus also reached 9. Right. Even Magnus has won all these last few games,
No,
no?
no, he just won this last game. It was otherwise a draw that he played with Rapport. He beat Duda.
No,
No,
yesterday also last two games he won, right?
no, he beat Anand only. Two he
Ah,
lost.
okay, got it.
But this one seems like it might end in a draw.
Correct. But then both will stay in, they will move to 11 points.
Yeah.
And last round, what will be the pairing for Gukesh and Vishy? We have to check. Yeah, Rook C1. It shows complete
Vishy
equal.
will play against
Duda.
Nepo.
No, Duda. Vishy has beaten Nepo already.
No, where?
What?
Today he played first round Duda, no? So now he'll play Nepo.
Acha. Oh, okay, okay. Today he played with Duda.
And I think Gukesh is yet to play against. What's Gukesh left to play with? Duda, I think. Yeah, Gukesh Duda.
Ah, Gukesh Duda, maybe. Yes.
Here this is a draw now. He will
They'll
play
repeat.
Upper
King G2, Rook E2, King G1, Rook E1. Yeah, Guki versus Duda next. Vishy with Nepo.
But guys, remember that this tournament isn't over today itself. Although the rapid segment gets over, there is a blitz segment that will start tomorrow, blitz tournament, and it will be 9 games tomorrow and day after 9 games. So it's a double round robin, and each win will give you 1 point in blitz. Draw will be half and loss will be 0, and the rapid and blitz both points will be added up.
Yeah, so actually, but even if you win rapid, are you saying that it doesn't make sense as such, or
What?
it has to count in some way, no? If you win
No,
rapid, like
no,
there is
it's
no
already said that there is only one winner of this leg. That's why they call it
rapid and blitz.
Rapid and Blitz.
Oh,
Super United.
acha, got it. Hiten says they don't understand why Vishy is experimenting with Karokan. He seems to have lost more games playing it than won.
No, I don't think so. I think he only lost to Magnus and Gukesh. He drew with Karuana. In Global Chess League, he drew with Nepo. He drew with MVL. And he drew with Aronian. So I think for him, he has prepared. You know, Vishy is like this one opening guy generally per tournament.
Acha.
He finds one line with generally with black and also with white, and he works on it very thoroughly before a tournament.
Uh-huh.
And then this time he said, okay, it's the Karokan, so he won't change it.
Oh, nice information. You used to play only one line all the tournaments?
Yeah, I mean, we are so far away from these super GMs that we play one line out of compulsion while they play one line out of choice.
That's true.
By the way, Avinash says, what makes Gukesh way better than his peers, Arjun and Prak? I don't think he's way better. Maybe, of course, he's better because rating is higher. But calling him way better is not perhaps true. But I think what makes him really special at this age is the fact that he's able to find ways to complicate the game beyond what even someone can understand, humans can understand. He just creates a complete mess on the board.
Yeah.
And
He's not afraid of the chaos. For
Yeah,
sure.
by the way, look at this draw, Amruta. This is such a tough draw because if you come here threatening a mate, then Firuza is going here and winning the game. So you have to find this unbelievable move, b6, and after take, Now this, because when you go here, there is no square, it's a forced mate. And if you
Wow.
try to escape from here, I play this and it's a forced mate.
How do you find this while talking, Sagar?
But Amruta, look at this, he's blundered b5. Oh no, king
But then
a5.
AB नहीं क्या हो रहा
Don't
है?
take this, don't take this.
हाँ, exactly.
King
CB's
a5,
mistake.
just lost.
Oh.
b6 was the drawing
Oh my God. How much time? Oh, with 15 seconds, it's so hard. But this
Yeah.
is so crazy. What a defense. मजा आ गया. Yeah, Alireza finds King A5. D Sandeep says this forced mate suddenly reminds me of GCL.
True, true. Chess is just a tragedy of one move, one tempo often.
Oh man, that was very cool, huh?
Yeah. SVR says maybe his calmness makes him really special. He held his excitement in check after beating his idol. I think, to tell you the truth, Gukesh would not, this might not be one of his favorite wins. Although we must ask him, actually, because, I mean, although Gukesh respects Vishy immensely, he also is a very thorough competitor. And I think he might tell us whether he liked that game or not after maybe the tournament. We'll ask him.
Yeah. Also, I mean, the first half of the game was, Vishy was in control. He was slightly under pressure, but things were in control. So things just changed in the one or two moves.
Yeah, I think also after a point you do get tired. I think one of the best things for Vishy at the Global Chess League was he had to play only one game a day. And here now with 3 games a day, and this is being the third day, I feel it might get tough for him also tomorrow and day after Blitz.
Oh, yeah, it's quite a heavy tournament that way.
It might not be easy for sure.
Very tiring. Maybe they should have had a rest day in between. Tomorrow. Like in Tata Steel, they have for this time control, they had a rest day.
Right.
Okay, what happens to the live rating then?
Live rating is getting updated, but rapid rating, not classic.
Yeah, of course. With this game, Gukesh will move further, right?
Yeah, but his rating
He's
is
a 2600. Yeah.
And also,
very underrated.
Also,
there.
he lost some 7 games in Global Chess League, so he's lost a lot of rating.
Correct.
There is something special about Gukesh which makes him. There's something about Gukesh which makes him so special, says Avinash. Even Ivan Sokolov mentioned this when I asked him, and he's the coach of the Uzbekistan team that won the gold medal at the Olympiad, that who do you think amongst the Indian youngsters he finds the most talented? And he said Gukesh. And I think one of the reasons he quoted was Gukesh does not try to keep everything under control. He tries to let things spin out of control and he trusts his abilities. And I think that is something that Gukesh keeps showing again and again. By the way, this Firuza might have won. And Amruta, where I spotted that feeling today in today's game was on multiple occasions, but one was somewhere here when he played Rook. Firstly, he played this move Rook b5. Then he played Rook to c5. Now here, you are complicating it in a way where you are also in trouble. Then he goes c4.
Yeah, I thought that the Rook on c5 was quite could get misplaced. I mean,
right. And then here, if Vishy would have found the right way to play take and knight e7, d6 and knight c6 here, then he is fine. But he took with this rook, and all of a sudden the position becomes very, very suspect. Rook c1.
Just with the same thing. I mean, only difference was this rook is on d7 rather than on e5. How can you imagine that,
exactly.
It's going to cause such a huge difference?
He's
I
a
still
genius,
don't understand why.
He's a genius. And, even a player of Vishy's caliber simply missed all these moves like g4, rook c1. It's not like he missed it, but it's like these moves are so weird to calculate that you often
underestimate it.
Yeah,
in a way, you actually underestimate it. I think Gukesh's idea is such that even Karuana we saw today, d4. obviously you see that move exists. Only thing is you underestimate those kind of moves. Hmm. Sandeep says, does this creating a mess on the board is because Gukesh used to train initially without looking at engine? Isn't it a bit scary at times?
Maybe.
Absolutely,
Maybe.
absolutely. But it gets scary. I mean, that thrill, I think, is something which you enjoy, basically, when you like to play such positions. Nepo, Gukesh, Mamedero, they are all those type of people.
I think Gukesh and Mamediarov are similar, but Mamediarov is very messy, you know, in a way. Like he creates a lot of mess on the board, but maybe Gukesh not that extent.
Balanced mess he
Yeah.
creates.
See, Vishy's right now with Nepo. It will be important to see if Vishy goes for a solid line or will he fight. And Duda is playing Gukesh, so very important round.
And by the way, Sagar, look at Magnus. He's moved to third spot.
Yeah. People are saying I'm going to show something about World Cup. Actually, I wanted to show.
Yeah, you can. You have 5 minutes, I guess.
Yeah, let's see. I wanted to show the tree, Amruta.
Oh, another article. So Suraj says, so what about World Cup? Who will go farthest? Can anyone of our juniors pick candidate spot? Let's try to look at that right now.
Let's see. I mean, for me personally, it feels like very tough for these youngsters to do well in the.
Share ही कर लो ना ये.
No, this I
हाँ.
have some idea. It feels very difficult, I think, but it is not impossible. I'll just show you why it's so tough to be in the World Cup in top two. If you finish in top two, you make it to the candidates, and it's not a easy thing at all to make it to top two. Guys, the points table is on your screen. Karuana leading with 11 out of 16, Nepo on 11, Carlson on 9, Anand on 9, Rapport on 9. I can also make it a little bit, move it like this. So Gukesh is also there. Okay, let's see. Let me see if I can get this. Yeah, there you have it. Okay, so this is how the section is. If we look at this first section, it's all I think we have a few players here. So here I think in this World Cup segment, Magnus is the top seed. If Harsha beats Levan Pansulai, then Harsha gets to play Magnus in round 2. So that's a nice pairing there. But I think Magnus might reach the leader of this one. Then in second one, there is no Indian. Then in third section, you have again no Indian. Fourth one is SL Narayanan. And SL Narayanan might face Yuri Kuzubov in round 2, which is going to be not easy. And then may face Gukesh here. And if Gukesh plays well in this, he might face Andrei Esipenko. So that would be interesting. And if Gukesh goes even further, he might face Shakriyar Mamedyaru. Here you have Abhimanyu Puranik, who goes to might face Jordan Van Forest, and then eventually Anish Giri is here. Adiban will face Daniel Dubov in round 2. That would be a big one. You have Vidit here facing maybe Yu Yangi would be his big thing in round 4. So Vidit has a good pairing there. And then we have no Indians here. No Indians here. Maybe I'm missing some Indians, but I think Nihal.
Maybe Humpy Harika also.
That's women. Arjun is here. It's I think he has a interesting pairing. He might face MVL in round 4. And Prag might face Hikaru. There was also Nihal somewhere. I missed him. Nihal Sreen. This is going to be an epic event actually. You need to reach Amruta, you know which round? 7th round in order to become a champion, right? 4th round is if this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So by 4th round you become 1 out of 16 people. So there's 16. Then in 5th round there will be 8. In 6th round there will be 4. 7th round there will be 2. So it's a very tough event.
Yeah.
Very tough. Nihal Sarin was there, section 8. Yeah. Nihal versus Nepo might happen. Yeah, I think here it is. If Nihal wins here, he will face
Prague is likely to face
Nakamura.
Maxim Lagar. Acha, you were looking at आगे का.
Yeah. Nihal might face first Diach after Diach. But it's amazing, you know, Amruta.
Hey, but even if Karthik Venkatraman beats in his opponent Kaidano in the first round, he'll face Hikaru Nakamura.
Oh, there he is. Karthik Venkatraman is the national champion of India. So what I would say is earlier when we used to follow World Cups, no, by second or third round, Indians would be always the lower rated players.
Yeah, most of them would be.
Now it's like in 4th or 5th rounds, Indians are lower rated, many of them. So that
Yes.
just shows how the strength has grown over the years. Meanwhile, the games are about to begin now with Vishy Anand taking on Nepo and Gukesh taking on Duda. It's going to be good fun. The last game of the day. And also, I would like to bring your attention to a ChessBase India video course that we have made with Grandmaster Vidit Gujarati. Also, we have made one with Gukesh. So this is something which can help you to master advanced tactics and calculations. Maybe I'll do a separate stream on this to give you some positions. We'll also put out some stuff, but you can check it out if you want to improve your calculations. This is a good one to go for.
Nice. Tanmay says interesting fact. Next week, Gukesh on board 1 and Vidit on board 2 of same team in Turkish league.
Yes, I'm aware. Vidit mentioned this to me.
Wow. So Gukesh is having all different teams, huh? Like in the last one, it was Magnus, Prag, Arjun.
Yeah.
Now it's Vidit is there. Now in the world teams which will come.
Yeah, he's
There
playing
you will
for the
have
team
Karuana and all.
Aronian, yeah.
Gopal says Gukesh is the strongest in his 16 players, while Arjun, Vidit, and Prag are second strongest in their brackets. Classical, yeah.
Makes sense, right?
Prasad Duri says just downloaded the course, sir. Looks like the shipping options does not accept US address. Found a workaround. Looking forward to learning from the masters. I'm currently rated 1100. Target 1400.
All the best, Prasad. I'm sure it'll help you and you'll get better.
When is the World Cup? That's on 29th July in Baku. Anybody in Baku right now? You guys have a feast happening there. Sagar bhai, are ECF ratings equivalent to FIDE? No, they are not.
ECF is English
European.
Chess Federation,
Okay.
I think.
Oh,
So they have something very different. Like if you are 2500, your rating is 200 points or something like that.
Winners Academy says there is a good chance top 6 will have same points after this round. Top 6?
Not
No,
sure
no,
because
no, 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 no.
Karuana is playing against
Yeah.
Firuja. Okay, possible if he loses. If Amruta, if Karuana loses to Firuja, if Vishy beats Nepo, if Gukesh beats Duda, and if Carlson beats Lupulescu, it's true everyone will end up on 11 points. And
Oh
Rapport
my
beats Ivan
God.
Saric. True.
I'm in a rare situation, but yeah, possible, definitely possible. And out of 10 players, 6 on the same point. That would be very crazy. Shubham Sahu says if we purchase video course, it will remain with us for a lifetime, or is it one time watch and we can download it? A lifetime. It will be lifetime.
Lifetime, yeah.
Lifetime of the video.
Also, you can download it, but it is lifetime.
Yeah, it will be useful for you, for your kids, for your grandkids, everybody. Arey wow, we have a member, Udit Sharma. Welcome to Pillar of Indian Chess. Thank you so much. Let me tell Sagar. I think, yeah, today you are the brand new member. Guys, all this membership amount goes to the budding young chess talents who are in need of funds. So already the community has been contributing, and there have been chess players completing their international master and grandmaster titles thanks to these amounts which are being collected. It gives up options to download for Mac and Windows. Okay. Sagar, we have a new member, a pillar of Indian chess, Udit Sharma.
Udit, thank you so much.
Okay, what is the chance for Vishy if he wins? He clearly can go to 11, and I think because he was leading, his tiebreak would be pretty decent. So Vishy still has some chance. That's a good thing. Abhimanyu says, guys, could you suggest me some aggressive openings for Blitz tournament? I'm going to play a tournament where overall average rating of the tournament is 1800. I am around 1500. Looking forward. Oh, and in the meantime, we have another member, Prasad ARN. Welcome to Backer of Indian Chess.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes.
By the
Aggressive
way,
openings. What would you say?
I would say play e4.
Yeah,
If
firstly.
opponent plays c5, then you can prepare wing gambit.
Oh. Oh, but this is really hard for black if he's not prepared.
Also,
Even that one.
you
Yeah.
can go for Mora gambit.
Mora Gambit, exactly. That's a good one.
Also, you can go for maybe
No, Rosalie,
no
Open
Position.
Sicilian.
Yeah, it's position.
Open Sicilian, but Open Sicilian has a lot of preparation.
Or you can
of
go for
course.
c3, very aggressive also. If someone plays e4, e5, a very aggressive weapon can be knight c3 with the idea of bishop c4, d3.
They have this Ivan's Gambit, no? B4, bishop takes.
Yeah, but
B4.
it's very theoretical. But this one is a more setup oriented knight c3 move. Other option is to play King's Gambit. There's also this new line which is getting popular. You may want to explore it.
Oh yeah, Anish had played this, I guess.
Here in Global Chess League, Polina Shuvalova beat Harika with this, with white. So these are some lines which you can play with white. With black, of course, I mean, there are many ways to, but
But the one easiest one is this one, e4 d5, Scandinavian. And then you first actually develop your knight, bishop, and queen and go for long castle.
like this, Amruta.
Knight c3, queen a5. Knight f.
No, I don't know. I mean, you need to prepare it properly.
Huh.
But yeah, this is a possible move. Also, you can play g6, bg7. You can play d6, knight f6.
d6, knight f6, I would love to attack with white. No, but Sicilian dragon. Lot of theory again. Okay. Debrata says I started watching chess because of Sagar Bhai.
Thank you.
But if you lose or if you win, that's because of you. Cowboy says Sagar Bhai and Amruta ji looking beautiful together.
Thank you.
Game शुरू नहीं हुआ है तो. Oh, Abhimanyu says I am a some player H4 player, Caddis opening. H4 player and successfully outplayed 1900.
Avinash, whenever you get money, you can become backer of Indian chess. Don't worry. Anish is playing in Dutch Open. Can't be.
Oh, we have another member, Sharad Pawan. He has been the backer of Indian chess for 23 months. And he says, any plans to come to Hyderabad?
Not sure. But if something comes up, you will know. I was in Bangalore 2-3
Yeah.
days ago. But I was there for only a day at a Quant Box event. Then I had gone to Kormangala place. There was, and then I was waiting there along with Arjun. Suddenly a guy comes and says, "Oh, Sagar, I have seen you on streams and so on." And then I said, "Look who's here." And he's like, "Oh, Arjun." It was very nice.
Nice. So nice. Anonymous says, Sagar sir, what are the upcoming events to look forward to?
World Cup.
World Cup, then there is World Teams. Immediately.
World Teams Rapid.
World Teams Rapid. Yeah.
Then Tata Steel Chess India
Tata Steel, yes.
in August end to September first week. Then Deathmatch very soon, hopefully. Then
बाद में बोलें इतना बात अभी के लिए Harlomja says my rating is 904. How can I become IM?
Amruta, this time World Rapid and Blitz is in Bhubaneswar, that we were saying. Yes. World Rapid and Blitz in Bhubaneswar.
December में?
25 to 30th December जो होता है ना?
Are you serious?
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's hard to believe as of now, but if it is, then it's amazing. Like, just simply amazing.
That's what I got to hear. Yes, Arjun is playing BL next week. That's true, so.
Wow. Yeah, 904. How can you become IM? Firstly, you have to play some FIDE rating tournaments. I think your 904 is not a FIDE rated. And then you can write to us again. How did you do there?
Long time no Anish. Yeah, actually, we should ask Anish. Where is he?
Yeah, Anish को काफी time हो गया ना? Literally. Like he's hiding somewhere. Aryan says, I hit my peak of 1926 in Jan, but then I slipped to 1750 and now at 1800. What should I do to get back at 1900? Right now, you should watch the next game where you are keeping yourself in Vishy's shoes and Gukesh's shoes and actually feeling the stress and finding each move. Taking the notebook, pen, paper, thinking of your move, writing it like a score sheet. फिर देखते हैं कल कल वापस
That's a good idea. जय पंडित से डेथ मैच का प्रीव्यू लीक कर दो, हम किसी को नहीं बताए. I don't know. I think I'm still talking to the players, and it's a little bit complex to sort of close it down, but I think it will happen this year for sure. We are very keen on doing it.
Sagar, but games, how come they are not starting yet?
In I think 9:45, right?
Acha, 9:45. So in 2 minutes. Do you want to make Maggie?
Yeah, I'll go and make.
Are you serious?
Yeah, it's there.
No, but you just had food.
There, no one Maggie. Shall we eat?
But 9:45 को round है ना?
2 मिनट में देखते हैं.
खत्म होने के बाद खाएंगे.
We'll test.
We'll go out. अभी will. You did मनु का रखा है मैंने. Yeah, dragon fruit.
Okay.
Malaya says we in Odisha endorse every sports of India, starting from chess to hockey to football. Yeah, in Orissa every year they have this tournament in June, the Kit Open. It's in that college. It's a very nice tournament. Mridul says, is there any opening named Vishy Gambit? That's a good question. I mean, there isn't, but would not hurt to have one. Oh, Prasad, which question I did not answer? Please, please, please. Very sorry for that. Not intended. Can you just write again? Or maybe let me check what I have missed. Any events in Bangalore in August? No. Wait a second. Can you write again? I think I have missed it. Yeah, there is a planet named Vishy. By the way, how many of you know this? Games have started, then they will start here. Oh, games have started. Games have started just right now. And Sagar will be joining us. E4 was played. Oops, wait a second. And there it was Sicilian. Nepo goes for Sicilian. This is not what Vishy played. Vishy plays knight f3, d6, d4. Wow, open Sicilian. No Rosolimo business. C takes d4, knight takes d4, knight f6, knight c3, and a6. Guys, what is the name of this Sicilian opening? Of course, all of you know, but there are some new people. What is the name? Bishop e2, e5. Actually, it's similar like last time. If you remember, knight f3 was played by Vishy and bishop g5. This time he goes knight b3 instead of knight f3. Bishop e7, and now he goes bishop g5. One of the key ideas is the same. The d5 square, you putting pressure on this defender of the d5 square, and your knight is on b3. Generally, there are two options, but one of the major point is going queen d3 with the idea of long castle. Bishop e6 already played by Nepo, and now f4 is one of the main line. Okay, Vishy takes on f6, bishop f6, bishop f6. So that for right now, knight d5, maybe there is knight c6. Or maybe first bishop e7. Yes, knight off. This is knight off. This is knight off. Okay, so this is the opening in Vichy versus Nepo. It's going to be interesting, super interesting. What about Gukesh? Duda versus Gukesh. What's happening there? E4, E5, knight F3, knight C6, bishop C4. So they have played Geico piano, C3, knight F6, D3 defends the E4 pawn there, D6, castle now, and A6. Here you have also created a square for your bishop, A4, stops B5, bishop A7, rook E1, so that in future when you will go for D4, this is protected. Castle, H3, stopping bishop G4, and now H6 by Gukesh. Everything is still preparation. If you remember, in the last game as well, bishop with Karuana, the same thing had happened. F file opened, bishop E6, Fe6, but Duda is not at all caring about this open file. He is prepared. He has 25 minutes, 35 seconds right now. So, more time. In fact, even if you look at Gukesh's time, he also has more than 25 minutes. So, both of them absolutely in their preparation. Here, one of the main moves, guys, you know that defending this guy, how to do that? Do you remember? Do you remember a nice little move here? Oh, he goes bishop e3. But the other idea was to keep the rook on a2. And we have seen it very often. Duda goes bishop e3. Gukesh takes the bishop. Okay, so this game is also going to be interesting because as we know, Gukesh is going to create chaos here. Even if whether it's white or black, it doesn't really matter. Shall we go to Vichy's game? What happened after bishop f6? Vichy went queen d3, and now he is going to long castle, and the bishop, which for now is on f6, has to make a move back. So he goes bishop e7, knight d5, played by Vichy. Remember this, that this is a defender, and you after long castle will be threatening to win the d6 pawn. Knight d7 by Nepo. Castle. Oh, Vichy goes for short castle. He has not gone for any long castle ideas. So that is slightly different there. Bishop takes d5. Nepo says, okay, this guy is kind of irritating. I don't want him on the board. So he takes the knight. Vichy takes the bishop, and the double bishop advantage is gone. It's not really a big advantage because this knight is so solid and powerful that it doesn't let the double bishop advantage ever be felt. So bishop takes d5, queen takes d5. That is important that you keep this square, and it is the future square for this knight. Queen takes d5, queen goes to c7, threatening queen takes c2. Vichy goes c3, a simple move, placing his pawns on the dark square. Knight f6, attacks the queen. Queen goes back to d3, and now castle. Both of them have completed development very simply. And there Vichy starts with the knight maneuver. The knight goes to d2 with the idea of c4, e3, keeping an eye on d5. Also, this bishop would love to be on this diagonal, so we might see that maneuver at some point as well. And we have seen Gukesh playing a4, a5. Maybe Vichy could also try something like a4, a5 here. Rook d8 by Nepo. So, what could be his idea? Guys, what is Nepo's idea after rook d8? Can you suggest? Oh, amazing. Someone, Chespap, Nishkit, Aditya, Krishna Prasad, Atul. Absolutely, you can see rook d8 actually threatening d5. And Vichy is thinking right now he can play bishop f3, though it looks like it is behind this pawn and doing nothing. But oh, he goes bishop f3. But he actually controls this important idea of black. If black gets a successful d5, then black will equalize. So bishop f3 was important. Later he can of course always bring it back, but for now it's okay, it's doing okay. Rook d1, and you see after b5 the square c4 was taken away for this knight to maneuver. But now after rook d1, this can go here like knight f1, knight e3, and then threatening knight d5 later. Okay, so rook d1 by Vishy. Nepo is thinking both of them are having 24 minutes. Slowly now it's all on the board. They will have all the ideas in the mind, but everything must be figured out now on the board. Let's quickly have a look at Gukesh's game. Bishop e3, rook takes e3. Okay, white took with the rook. Gukesh goes b5 and fixes this pawn structure right now. If ab5, he is happy for the exchanges here because this rook is no more, ready to come on this file easily. So b5, Duda goes g3 and says, okay, I am going to control these two squares and your knight cannot easily jump to f4. That's what he does. But here, Gukesh has a important move. He goes queen d7, but as we know, when such three pawns exist, as we know, you always must keep an eye for a break like a5, and that would literally break open the structure over there. So yes, that can be incoming. Queen d7 right now has been played by Gukesh. Duda is thinking, but a5 definitely in the air is actually b5 is also protected now. Knight d2. Maybe is it a good time to go a5 or still improve with rook b8, but then your rook on f file is nice. Yeah, you don't feel like going rook b8. Okay, what about Vishy's game? Let's quickly switch again there. Bishop f3, b5, rook d1. Vishy goes g6. Now, why has he played g6 already? Because the knight is not threatening to come to f5 immediately. So g6, what is Nepo's idea? Nepo goes g6. What is his idea? Guys, what do you think? What is Nepo's idea with g6? Did Gukesh? Yeah, Vishy Gukesh already happened. It was the last round before this round. And Gukesh with the white pieces beat Vishy. It was a very nice game. Must have a look at it later. Knight e8, knight g7, knight e6. Is that, you think that's an idea? Okay, interesting suggestion. Could be slow. What else? Yeah, bishop f8, bishop g7. That's another thing. Yeah, I think both these ideas are possible, but anyway, he is controlling these squares because this is for sure that the knight is coming to e3 and you don't want a knight to come to f5. So already he started with bishop f8 right now. All these moves are so natural. You just look at Vishy's play. He had to make this move, which was bishop f3, which did not look very good, but it was necessary and it is very commonly played in such a structure, stopping your opponent's plan and then going for your own plans. So here you see after that it all went in a flow. Rook d1, keeping your rook on that one semi open file where you have this backward pawn for black, which is the base of this pawn chain and which we know definitely is something to keep an eye for. And then he maneuvers the knight. The knight literally has been wanting to come to e3. Finally it is there. Now what next? Because for white, if he goes knight d5, he cannot just simply exchange this knight and go in opposite colored bishop. That has to be a very a decision which he will need to make very carefully, even if he goes knight d5. But can he delay going knight d5? Is there a better way to play? So these will be the questions for Vishy, the major decisions. Is it the time to play knight d5 and enter in this opposite colored bishop after queen d5? Aditya says get a sponsor as a natural move, as Mama Earth. That's a good one. We should tell Samay. So queen d5, and here you have opposite colored bishop. Now in opposite colored bishop, how do we assess? How do I assess who is better? The way to assess is whether my piece is better or your piece, which means that we are going to determine also on the weaknesses. So here you see there is f7, there could be a6, but f7 is one of the important weakness. Now only one weakness is not enough. There is another one, it is defended. You can understand when the weakness lies on the light square, this bishop can never contribute to defending this kind of a weakness. So for white, the bishop is way too far from attacking this. He needs to maneuver and it's gonna be little slow. But this has happened. This has happened. So Vichy is carrying this very, very slight edge in opposite colored bishop. Look at this move. He has placed all his pawns on dark squares. With a3, he has stopped all the pawn breaks as well right now. And here in on this structure, he is, betting because the bishop is going to maneuver. And he has the control also of the d file. So this will be an interesting endgame. Vichy versus Nepo. If Vichy is able to convert or not, we will see. But Nepo has 21 minutes and they are in their preparation. I mean, not now. This is here they have a lot of time to figure out what to do. But it's very slight advantage. So Nepo should be able to hold, I guess. What do you guys think? B4 looks interesting. Here, maybe you suggested this at this point of time. But B4 here... you mean if c4, then you are, taking away the chance of this bishop to come on the light square diagonal and attack the f7 pawn. So that doesn't work. And for b4, c takes b4. Yeah, c takes b4 could be a problem because you immediately jump on the open file and white's rooks are very active. Next incoming is going to be b3. This will be an isolated pawn. So in fact, white is happy with this isolated pawn. Maybe if black wants to go b4, he would love to play a5 and then b4 and have this pawn at least on ab. Okay, so h5 was played by Nepo. His idea was to stop bishop g4. Vichy went a3 and Nepo right now is thinking. Look at this. Can Nepo go a5? Can Nepo go a5? By playing this, he has made this pawn on light square slightly weak and this bishop can go back and attack this. And you might think, well, but what's the big deal? I can defend here with queen b7. And white can say, yes, you can, but he can fix this pawn on the light square forever. And he has his pieces which can create an attack. So, guys, this is very interesting and it all depends on Vichy's understanding of opposite colored bishop. I myself had, in this kind of a opening, I had myself seen so many games with opposite colored bishop where actually white slowly and steadily was able to convert the slight advantage. So, it can get tricky for sure. Okay. Let's see what Gukesh is up to. Gukesh is black. Oh my god. And a few moves have happened after queen d7. Knight 1 d2 was played by Duda. And there Gukesh goes a5. The move which we were awaiting. B takes a5. Rook takes a5. A takes b5. And a lot of exchanges have happened. Now this rook is on e3. Good or bad for white? Let's try to see. Queen a2. A nice move there by Duda attacking this e6 pawn. Gukesh simply went and defended the pawn with rook e8. He did not think of d5 because after he takes d5, e5 would be really lost. So rook e8 and now Duda goes for d4. Finally he goes for a central break. Gukesh is thinking he can right now dissolve his central double pawn by taking on d4, and for sure white would love to capture with this pawn which will come towards the center, capture towards the center, because You would have considered a move like knight d4 if the square f5 was available. But here, even after knight f5, you're literally attacking nothing serious. So not doesn't make sense. So if Gukesh takes here and Duda takes here, this is the position which we likely could reach. And I remember there was something like this which Gukesh had played where c5 and he had this c passer. So yeah, if this happens, I think Gukesh will go c5 and the pawn he can make it a little tricky with this such a pass pawn. Though computer says it's like very slight edge for white, but I think it's definitely something Gukesh will be able to equalize for sure. But who knows, he could even try to complicate matters. So yeah, d4 has been played. End poll. Okay, let me end the poll. Oops, I was gonna press end stream by mistake. So d4 here by Duda. Let's go to Vishy's game. Yes, Sagar sir is missing right now. And after a3, he has actually put Nepo in a long thought for a rapid game. You can see Nepo had 22 minutes and now he's down to 16 minutes. That's 5 minutes by Nepo. What must he be thinking? Guys, what are the moves Nepo might be thinking? What are your suggestions? Oh, he plays h4. Nepo went for h4. Wow, he is just making sure that on king side he has such a pawn structure which doesn't let white to kind of slowly get the space there. And rook d3 by Vishy. The rook lift. Vishy is now looking at rook h3 attacking this pawn, and on the h file can he create some play? But black will always have a choice to challenge this queen in the center with queen b7 or queen c4 without worrying about the exchanges and landing up into this isolated pawn, because in return you get this b file and a b2 weakness. So rook d3. Welcome back, Sagar Shah. Everybody was missing you. I too.
But Vishy's position looks great, Amruta.
Yeah, it is this very slight advantage with the opposite colored bishop. But how much in like again that too against a player like Nepo? What would you say? Like,
I think generally Nepo does not like to defend such positions. So against Nepo particularly, this is quite a nice position to have.
that's a good point.
Also, you can, I mean, white's moves look quite simple. You swing your rook over here, you bring your other rook here. It looks like a good position.
Hmm. Right. Actually, we have to remember these 3 points in some way are the weaknesses, and we don't know if this also could be one.
Right. And Amruta, here, Anand can also pull his bishop back here and bring it here.
Yeah, that is the key idea. You need this bishop on this diagonal for sure. So rook d3 in future is also going to attack the f7. It's a very very typical plan, right? In an
Yeah.
opposite colored bishop.
Absolutely. I have a feeling that Vishy is going to put a lot of pressure on Nepo here. And in fact, he played your line, right?
Yeah, he this time he went knight b3, not knight f3.
So
But then he castled, short castled. I normally go for long castle.
What is happening with Gukesh against?
Yeah, Gukesh is maybe we can go to that game.
Gukesh looks like equal, right? Oh,
Maybe last one second. Can you put on d4? Yeah. What did Gukesh play here? King h8. c4. Duda is just advancing in spawns. Gukesh did not take on d4 actually. I was looking at e takes d4 here, but
he played King h8.
yeah.
And now, Amruta, in the resulting position, it seems like Gukesh has some weaknesses here. and no longer that attacking chance which he had with Karuana.
Exactly, that's true. That's why. But over here, why did the bar say that Queen C6 is not something he liked?
No,
Or
it was good, but he should have taken here with the knight, perhaps, and exchanged off one pair of knights, and it would have been okay. But because he took directly, keeping the knights on the board, it feels like white is slightly better with
oh,
this pressure. Your
huh,
knight is defending.
got it. Yeah, simply in that sense. But the black knight really needs to maneuver itself to d4, right? Knight d7, but how? Knight d7, knight c5, there is no e6 square.
Yeah,
Maybe
no.
knight d8, knight b8, knight 6, but that's a long way. That's a long way.
Yeah.
But must be done, who knows? We will see that.
Let's go to Vichy back. And after bishop at 6, Vichy has been thinking for some time now, Amruta. He hasn't played
Yeah.
his move.
So your move is, so one move is bishop d1, which looks really good because that is definitely the aim. Guys, just ignore the evaluation bar. I don't think it's going to understand this so well.
What?
Evaluation bar.
No, why? Bishop d1 is good, right?
That's the point. But the bar says no
But why?
because it doesn't understand.
No, but there must be a move, right? Like rook c6. The idea is rook c5. If you go bishop b3, I trap your queen.
Oh, tactically. The bar understands the tactics. I must be insane to say the bar doesn't understand.
I think you can start off, Amruta, with rook f3 perhaps.
Hmm.
The main point is that now you can't go queen up anywhere because this is hanging. And you can't go this idea. And I'll ask the viewers, why not white to play?
Very nice.
White to play, guys.
ऋषम से सागर दादा आणि अमृता वहिनी माझं चेसची काहीच नॉलेज नाही आहे बट आय कॅन डेफिनेटली से दॅट युअर डेडिकेशन इज द टॉप लेवल अँड यू गाईज आर मोटिवेटिंग यंग चेस एन्थुझियास्ट लव यू गाईज
Thank you.
अरे थँक्यू
Yes, all those who have mentioned this.
यश आदित्य राहुल जय निष्कित श्रीरंग शशांक कुकी रुक F7.
Yes, you are right. So
What,
rook f3.
one second, what's happening? Sorry, I'm not.
No, the idea
Rook was on c6 and then you deflect the queen. Tactically, it is not working, na?
Yeah, so rook f3. Suddenly, as black, you
Queen
can go
b7.
queen b7.
Yes, queen b7. Queen b7 always in the air. And then you don't want to take with the e pawn for sure. Queen d5, e d5 हुआ तो गया.
No, but you can take
Yeah.
and play bishop d1 with the idea here. But then he already has d5.
So you actually need to take care of d5 break.
Oh, but Amruta Vichy has made a mistake here. He went, instead of rook f3 or bishop d1, he went back queen a2. And I think he missed Nepo's next move, which is very powerful move, d5.
Okay, one second. Let it sink in. What happens to rook takes d5? Is white not winning a pawn?
Firstly, you
E
can't
takes
take with the
d5
pawn because of e4 hitting the rook. Let's say the rook goes back.
Rook, okay. Go.
Now I go here and it is black who is attacking, bishop f4, rook comes here. Suddenly white pieces are all passive.
Really? Is that much? Matlab, for bishop f4 because white always has h3. So is it this much compensation?
Yes, I think it's big trouble because I'll go bishop h2, rook f6. I'll put pressure here. Your pieces are a
and
bit out of the game.
Man, this is ultimate.
So you take with the rook.
Huh?
Then I take with the rook. Now again taking with the pawn allows e4 and queen e5 ideas. So you take with the queen.
And now rook d6.
Now go here.
Oh, if you take queen takes e5, guys, black to play and win. All those who love the bar, they're like, bar is 3000 plus LO, probably understands chess better than mine. Yes, guys.
And you lose the queen.
Right. Nobody has given a wrong answer. So, rook d1 check and you lose the queen. So, Sagar,
So
Rook
then
d6 ko, you again have to go back queen
if
b3
you
maybe.
go here, then rook d2.
Okay, so f2 is a point which, like, white was intending the pressure on f7 and black is intending on f2.
You see, after queen a2, when Vichy played, Nepo went
Sorry.
d5 within like 3 seconds or 4 seconds, and Vichy is now thinking for more than 2.5 minutes, which means that this move has come as a
Yeah.
complete
Yeah.
surprise. I
Totally.
love how Nepo has played this move, d5. Beautiful chess.
Nepo always waits to pounce, right? For such kind of ideas.
Yeah, and he's very quick to spot them. And he didn't take even 3-4 seconds. I mean, it's amazing how quickly. But I think Vichy is under control. If he takes, rook d6, check, king g7, and then rook d1, I mean, this should be a draw.
Huh.
Because after take, bishop c1, you are attacking here, but I mean,
Yeah, but it's like a forced choice, right? You have to equalize.
it's happened.
That's like the forced
Rook
choice.
d6.
Because you had scope to put pressure. Yeah, he definitely missed it. Vichy definitely missed it. He would not be happy to see d5 for sure. And with black, Nepo for sure is happy. Yeah, he gives queen 8 check. Rakshit says black's bishop better than white's bishop. Also, black has no back rank problems.
I think it's a very strong. Today we have seen many strong positional decisions.
Yeah.
d5 is one of them for sure.
Once again, it shows in Sicilian how much you have to be alert for d5.
Yeah.
King g7.
How is Magnus doing? Let's have a quick look.
Let's first. ठीक है. Gukesh also. What? Lupulescu, if he beats Magnus in this tournament, it's like his, bus. It's like that you lose all the games, it's okay, like Jonas did with Sindaro. But Magnus has how much time? 22 minutes, kya? Oh, perk.
No, King's
Did Magnus underestimate Lupulescu?
I think so. That exchange sacrifice is interesting. Oh, he blunders.
He had to play the accurate way. Yeah, so Magnus underestimated him maybe.
But still not easy.
Yeah, Ruke said only way so that you stop d7.
I think Magnus will fight back. But the main winning idea was d7 to take away this square, I think. And there's no way to win this pawn because if you go to e7, I have this check. If you go to e6, I have this check. So,
matlab black's pieces are actually, powerless suddenly. What if bishop f8?
yeah, possible. But then I go, let's say, simple f3. I try to improve my position. You have no
kind of zugzwang for the rooks, no?
Yeah,
you can't move any
rook
of
has
the
no
rooks.
square.
Oh, man.
So,
Oh, man. He missed an important move. Lupulescu is literally going to be like at night cursing himself. Because you don't get this chance with Magnus.
Let's see if he manages to win and Magnus
No, no, now you cannot manage. And the point is once you've given an exchange sack and then you don't play accurately, you are an exchange down. So that's not going to work. Okay, so let's see Gukesh's game.
Okay, Gukesh against Jan Shistov. I think Gukesh will continue to fight here even in this slightly worse position and maybe will get his chance somewhere. Amruta knight h5, sack a piece somewhere. He'll be looking for some opportunities.
Yeah, that is true. He's already got his rook on the 7th rank.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Vichy versus Nepo, rook d1 played. So draw most likely. What? Nepo going bishop d2.
Nepo is saying now I will try my best. Because imagine the same plan which White was thinking. We were looking for Vishy, putting bishop on this diagonal, putting the rook here. Now look at the same ideas. If this bishop comes on this diagonal and the rook comes here. The only problem is I'll never allow you that. Because
Yeah.
the bishop is pinned. So rook is going to get exchanged for sure. So bishop d2. Well, just take this pawn off, play g3. Wow, but with g3, you will need to calculate h3, right? h3,
Yeah, but
there is
bishop
bishop g4.
g4.
Yeah, so I like g3, you get rid of the back rank problem. G3 move is good.
True.
Rakshit says queen will kind of stuck on a8. How to get it in the game? It's not
It's
stuck.
not stuck. It's also doing good work.
Yeah. It's just somewhere far. Which place would you call this, Sagar? 8.
8.
No.
Maybe it's right.
Guys, which place is it for you? Nasik?
Himalaya. In the Himalayas.
Dharamshala. Panvel. Vidit ne
He
sunega
finds
to
the
take
best
it.
move, Amruta. I think he'll come here and then win this pawn. Black is back in the game.
Oh, by the way, Magnus practicing Blitz has 21 minutes left versus 4 minutes. Oh,
Oh.
that was the time difference or what?
Oh my
Baap
God.
re. Oh, that's a good information.
He starts with 15 minutes, right? No, 25 minutes, correct. So he's taken 4 minutes for his
So
match.
actually for Magnus, it's like position is also secondary. Firstly, he's just going to play on time.
Yeah.
Antarctica, Mount Kanchenjunga. Okay, let's look at Gukesh's game. What's happening there? After rook to queen e3, queen a8. No, Duda is still thinking. Gukesh has more time than Duda. Rook b5 is played. e5 is under attack. Do
Knight
you want to?
d7?
Is rook d2, queen d2, queen takes e4.
But why not knight
Too
d2?
dramatic. Knight?
D2. If you take with the rook, I take
Okay. Sorry. I forgot about this knight.
Let's go to Vichy Nepo. Bishop d2. I think what Nepo is essentially saying to Vichy is that even though you are pawn up, for you to find a move is not easy. I mean, can I go like queen?
No, you are not a pawn up. Oh, you are a pawn up.
Yeah, white is a pawn up. This is queen trapped. Unbelievable.
Wow. What a queen trap, na? Okay. No, I like g3.
Yeah, g3 is the best, I think. Vichy will come to it.
Yeah. Also, it takes away bishop f4 ideas at
I
key
agree.
moments.
I agree. What about Karuana, Firouzja? Oh, Karuana slightly better exchange up.
Firuza has had a tough tournament, no? This one. Also, the time I think thoda sa idhar udhar hi hai. Okay. He plays
Again,
h3.
Interesting.
Well, can it not be a little risky? Because whenever the bishop is on f4, you constantly are in back rank. No, you are not in back rank trouble because your bishop can always be on f1.
Yeah.
Hmm.
But still, I mean, it's getting slightly uncomfortable for white. I mean, I wouldn't say too much, but slightly. Meanwhile, Gukesh goes
Oh, have they repeated or what?
queen e3, queen a8, rook b5, queen d8, queen c3, queen a8.
Oh, okay. 1 second. What happens for knight queen d8? He basically stopped this threat of knight e5 because then d2 will be hanging. So that was his idea. And after queen c3, still not threatening knight e5 actually. Queen 8. Now He's threatening knight takes e4. So the question is, can white take on e5 right now, or is it a bad move? Knight takes e5. Can white take knight takes
No,
e5?
but take, and d2 is hanging, no? No, take on e5.
No,
He
rook
take
e5, rook e5. Yeah. But you can simply take knight e5 or knight e4 and you are happy here.
Yeah.
Oh, they might repeat, I think, Sagar, this time because the position is not such that you can really fight on.
But
I
Duda
mean,
might not. I mean, Duda might be fighting for the full point.
but Duda is anyway, even if he wins, he's not like a first or second also.
But
But his
the
points.
blitz
Yes,
points
yes,
will
yes,
matter.
yes.
So 2 points
That will
here is
matter.
equal to 2 blitz wins.
But practically, do you think Duda has good enough advantage?
He can try. He won't give up so soon.
Got it.
Meanwhile, Magnus is winning now.
Magnus has converted the position to winning, yeah?
It's winning.
Okay, Sagar, I'll be back. I'll be back.
Okay, Amruta has left the chat, leaving me all alone, guys. Queen goes to a8. Pressure on e5 with the knight, rook, and the queen. Gukesh has played his queen here, putting pressure on this pawn. Suddenly, Duda has to figure out what to do. Maybe he repeats. Gukesh will then repeat again. Vishy Anand versus Nepo. After the pawn moves ahead, no moves have been played. Ivan Šarić versus Rapport. Very exciting position. Maybe slightly better for Šarić here as white. Karuana versus Alireza. Karuana is doing well here. Not a bad position. Could Anand have gone bishop g4 instead of h3 threatening queen c8? He is a pawn up. Okay, interesting. Let's quickly go. Vishy Anand here. Could he have gone? He's actually happened to go queen c8. So rook d1, bishop d2, h3. You're saying that here instead of h3 you could go bishop g4 with the idea of queen c8. Should be possible, but just like in the game he got it. Queen c8. And Vishy is a pawn up right now, so he has something to play for. But as we know, in opposite colored bishop positions, it's always all about activity more than pawns. So if white manages to somehow get his bishop on this diagonal, I don't know how, maybe he has to get it from here. And Nepo now is ready to trade. He goes bishop f4. And I think after take, you have to be a little careful about the queen coming in, looking at some pawns and so on. Not so simple. Even though you're pawn up, your king is a bit weak because of this pawn on h4 and the queen coming in. f2 is slightly soft. Vishy has to be careful. Gukesh, after queen e3, queen d8, was ready for a draw, but Duda says no draw, brings his rook to b7. Chinmay Tembe says, and also Rakshit says, can we get the queen to g4 in this position here? Well, the problem with queen g4 per se is a very nice little move that black can play. Can you find it? Black to play here. Very nice little move. Guys, can you find the move? It's a small little move. E99, you are right. Aman Garg, very good. The move is bishop g3. Threatening here. You can't take it because the pawn is pinned. So you come back. Once you come back, I can switch my rook here and it's game over. So keep in mind this bishop g3 idea that Nepo has. His idea is to go here and checkmate. So let's say even if you play something like b4, bishop g3, and then rook d6, it's a mate. Take, and mate. Vichy drops his, after takes, drops his bishop back to f1. And he's saying to Nepo that if you come here, then you're not attacking this one so easily. So I'll take this. And if you take here, I'll take this. And at least I'm a pawn up here. Not so easy for white to win here. Meanwhile, Duda, queen d8, rook b7, goes up queen d6. Gukesh trying to just keep the position going here. Oh, there are blunders in Magnus games. Magnus game, sorry. So here, rook here, f3. King b2 was drawn or what? Wow. Because then the threat is a6, a7, and there's no way the pawn can stop the rook can stop the pawn. Say, let's say rook d1. I go a6, and actually no one can stop it. Rook can't go here. King can't go because a7. So king b2 was winning, but he goes king. So it was a draw. But he goes king b3. King c7 check. King b7 looks like a move. Yeah. Yeah, I'm very surprised that Lupulescu didn't play king b2 and now Magnus is winning. Meanwhile, Karuana and Firuza have drawn, which is a big result for Firuza, who was exchanged down. Duda down to 7 minutes on the clock. Gukesh has 10 minutes. Vichy Anand, I think most likely the position is too drawn, too drawish. So Vichy will end this event at 10 points at this rapid. And then tomorrow he'll play 9 games of Blitz. Day after tomorrow, another 9 games, 18 points at stake. So, lot to play for. Let's stick with Gukesh's game. This can heat up in some time. And Duda is played his rook to a7, offering a trade. I think you can either take it or you can move your rook to the side, but maybe this is risky. Queen c3 hits the rook. Suddenly the rook is running out of squares. Let's see. Let's quickly go back to Vichy's position. No, this is drawn. There's no way we are continuing this. This is a draw. This is a draw. No, Hirak Doshi, you cannot say that the Karo Khan is not working for Vichy. Because with black, it's anyway difficult to win. So, equalizing is good. E4, E5 or Karo Khan or whatever you play. Equalizing is fine enough. If you can't do that regularly, then you might want to switch back to E4, E5. But Just a second, guys. Where will Gukesh play his rook? Will he trade? Will he play here? This is a very dull position in a way. But I mean, even for a player like Gukesh, it's not easy to make this exciting. What? He made it exciting. He gave a check. He gave a check. Just when I was saying even a player like Gukesh can't make this exciting. You could have taken this. Taken this. But then he thought that there's no way to keep control with this rook. But the main move here was queen b3. And if you take here, e5 attacks here and here. And this was actually better for white. But after check, king h2, rook a7, queen a7, and now the knight jumps in. Gukesh is so alert tactically. What a guy. Okay, but still the position is equal. But I'm sure he scared Duda here. It's definitely scared him. But I think should be equal. Maybe knight d7, put the knight here. Mukul says Gukesh felt bad when I said it's boring. So he played knight f4. But it was a mistake. Okay. Vichy should draw this game easily. Ivan Šarić beats Rapport. It was equal, but he went king h7. Why is this a blunder, guys? White to play. Kaushik, you are right. Who else? Take, check, take, attack this and this. Only way to defend is here. And now there are many ways to win. But maybe the easiest one is rook f6. King here, check, and then you pick up this. So great win there for Rapport. Also for Šarić against Rapport. Why are Nepo and Vichy still playing? I have no clue. It's a dead draw. Let's stick with this game. And what about Magnus also? I mean, he was better. He's winning. He's winning. Magnus. I think it would be a good place for Magnus to begin tomorrow. He would be on 11 points. Currently, Karuana is on 12. Nepo will be on 12. Magnus will be on 11. Vichy on 10. Rapport on 9. Gukesh on 10. Pratik Singh says there was an opposite. Yeah. Take Queen e6. Gukesh plays his knight here. I understand what his idea is. He wants to go knight c6 to d4. Sagar bhai, what do you think is the most aggressive player in chess? Like Sehwag in cricket, most entertaining with his attacking skills. I think Mamedyarov and Dubov. Little bit rapport also. Guys, what do you do if I play c5? Because then how do you protect this pawn? Here, huh? Yeah, he pushes it c5. Because now this pawn is hanging. I'm sure Gukesh has something. Yeah, he played it here. Gukesh defending like Vichy. Happy to be pawned down. Attack here. Karuana drew. These are sometimes little complicated positions to hold, you know. You're pawned down. And Gukesh lacks some experience in such positions. But I think he should be able to hold it because it's very concrete. Let's see how easy or tough it is. Yeah. Satyaki Hari Krishna is actually helping Ju Wenjun, it seems. Tanesh asks, to which player does the World Cup suit? I would say that it's not easy to say because different styles of players have won the World Cup. The last World Cup was won by Duda, who is a very aggressive player. Before that, Rajabov had won, who is a very solid player. Aronian has won it twice. Swidler has won it before. Not so easy. Akshay Mohan says in these positions, worst case, Gukesh can sack the knight for a couple of pawns. And even that would be draw. That's true. Yeah, Magnus has never won um, a World Cup. So that would be something that he would want to win this time. Maybe Harsha Bharatakoti might stop his dreams there. The last time in round two, Magnus, when I had gone, he actually got a bye in round one. Then he played Alexei Drev. He won that easily. And then he faced Wu Jiangji and he lost. That was the first video of ChessBase India that sort of went semi-viral. Yeah, Master Swidler is also playing the World Cup. Yes, last World Cup he went until semi-finals, Magnus, and then he lost to Duda. In fact, that game that he lost is covered on in Grandmaster Chess. Duda had come to Grandmaster Chess, if you remember. By the way, after king comes up, he goes knight here, defending this pawn. Gukesh offers a trade of knights. Knight takes, king comes up, knight comes here, picks up this pawn. Interesting. Why would this be a mistake, guys? Black to play. Yeah, you are right. Nishkit, Akshay, Vivek, Sanket not B5 but G5. Deep, Shashank, Pumpkinata, Vishal, Anda Burger. You're right, guys. G5. King has to move and you lose the knight. So knight D7. I guess you have to take. But on some level, you are a bit scared as white. Because if Gukesh comes here, here, and here, he would then have an outside passer. So maybe for Duda, it's not so clear that you must take. Both players down to 2 minutes now, getting a bit intense. All other games have been over. Just to update the scorecard, just putting up the scorecard with the updated points. This is thanks to Chess24 here. Karuana 12, Nepo 12, Carlson 11, Anand 10, Firuja 9. If Gukesh wins this, he would be at 11, but of course, it's not easy to. Although this position could get sharp. E5 takes the pawn, knight d4, and now it's not so clear who's better because suddenly both sides have two knights. Gukesh has this pawn, which is a passed pawn, and he might definitely be slightly ambitious here. Like go here, he goes knight b4. I think Gukesh has done well. He will finish with Anand if he manages to draw this. Because if you see here, Gukesh is on 9 out of 16. King comes up. Lubisa Andonovsky, thank you for becoming backer of Indian chess. That's very kind of you. All your money that you will contribute will go towards Indian chess. So thank you. Yeah, that's true. If Gukesh would have beaten Karuana from that good position he had, he would have been on top. Knight check, king goes back. Maybe he comes back to attack here. Gukesh is low on time, has 25 seconds. Ooh, what did he do? He went here. Duda went back. Now maybe Gukesh can go knight b6. Seems like a good idea. But you are also scared a little bit about king coming in, no, here. Let's say knight b6, you take, I take, you come here, but I can stop you. So king g4, he goes knight c3. Gukesh is enjoying himself. Look at these knights. So complicated, right? They control so many squares. Meanwhile, king coming in here, Gukesh stops it. Are we going to see something decisive here? After the game has been quite equal for quite some time, it could get sharp. With four knights, there are forks everywhere. It can happen that something can go wrong. Though for the time being, no knight can check the black king, no knights can check the white king, no knights can attack the pawns. I'm even confused what knight to play, what not to play. Here's a very nice line. I don't know how I can show it, but let's see. Let's say you go here, I go here, you come back, I go here, you go back, I go here, you come back, okay, I go here, you wait, and now what should you play with black? Black to play. How do you? Yeah, exactly, Vinay. Well done. No, not this pawn. Look at this. Check here and mate. This king is gone. Can't go. Anyway, it was just a variation. G4 played. Knight D3. G5. Okay, come on, guys. This is worth a shot, worth a picture. Knight comes here. Next move, I can think of kicking it away, but knight would give a check. So knight comes to c6. There's a check here, but I can move my king. Maybe knight c5 I would play. But Gukesh has little time on the clock. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Knight b6 played. Knight a3. Hey, can you go knight d7? But then he'll come back. Sachidanand Soni says knight endgames are so interesting. True. Knight d7 played. And he goes knight b5. Gukesh takes here. I think this is now draw. Because you take, I take, you take. And yeah, this is over. So take, check, king here, check, king here, check, king here, check, and draw. Okay, that ends today. Gukesh ends his day on 10 along with Vishy Anand, which is actually a good finish for him. Because he didn't lose a single game. Oh, he lost today to Karuana, but he played very well against Vishy. Lakshya says, Sagar bhai, can you make a video on World Cup pairing tree? Yes, I will. Guys, the scorecard is here on the bottom right of your screen. Karuana 12, Nepo 12, Vishy 10, Magnus 11, Firuja yeah, there you have it. Karuana 12, Nepo 12, Anand 12, Firuja 9, Rapport 9, Gukesh 10, Duda 9, Sharich 6, Lupulescu 2. Guys, that ends the day. Gukesh holding Duda to a draw. I don't see any more moves. Generally, the last result they take time to update. So tomorrow we'll meet again. Tomorrow is the club in Mumbai. Please do join there. I will be there for some time. Then I'll come back for the commentary. I'll see you all at tomorrow with Amruta. 6:45 blitz, 9 rounds, 3 plus 5 plus 2. Vishy and Gukesh will both start with 10 points. There will be 9 rounds, so 9 points at stake. It's a close tournament. The gap is only 2 points between the leaders and the Indian players. Magnus is in between at 11. Hope you enjoyed. Thank you so much, guys. Yes, Asian Games also coming up, guys. Asian Games team is, I think, Gukesh, Vidit, Arjun, Hari, Prag. I think this is the team. I'll come at 5 tomorrow at Phoenix Market City for the club. And what else? Guys, before I leave, please do check out the first link in the description. It's ChessBase 17 and Mega Database. It'll help you to get better. And secondly, you can get with its course on calculation. It is a very nice one. If you want to improve your calculation and tactics, you can get that. Until then, guys, take care. See you all tomorrow. Bye bye.